user.
Hey everyone, my name is Sami and I'm an AI MVP based in Belgium.
Hi, my name is Sjoukje and I'm an RD and an Azure MVP based in the Netherlands. And today we want to welcome you to the Global AI Bootcamp 2022. And this is the 4th year that this event has been organized globally. Our mission is to connect AI communities across the world to share ideas and content with each other. Thank you so much for joining us on this mission. The Global AI Bootcamp is organized by many different communities across the globe. And therefore, we want to thank each of them for all their hard work and passion as community leaders.
Today, you're all together virtually or physically to get inspired by the latest AI technologies and trends. This might be by a workshop, talks, or hands-on labs that your community leader has prepared for you. Today is all about learning new things about AI and sharing knowledge with each other. We hope that you can apply this in your work, in your community, and even in your daily life. Now, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in the AI space, so we would like to invite our friends from Microsoft to go over some of these interesting topics.
Hi everyone, welcome to this Global AI keynote. My name's Amy Boyd and I'm a Senior Cloud Advocate here at Microsoft. I am a white female with long wavy blonde hair, and today I am wearing a black top with colourful spots on it, which sounds very exciting when I describe it like that. It's not quite as exciting in real life. So it's so great to take part in the Global AI community and the Bootcamp initiative in January. Thank you so much to all the organisers for having us along to speak about AI and accessibility. We're really excited for what we've got in store, and so without further ado, let's get started. I'd like to introduce Saqib, who is our expert for today around the focus of AI and accessibility. Hi Saqib, how are you doing?
Hi Amy, thank you so much for having me. I'm doing great.
And I guess my description of myself is I'm a middle-aged British Asian male with short black hair wearing a blue shirt.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. Zagib, me and you used to work together way back when. Oh my goodness, feels so long ago now. I was an intern. You introduced me. You made me feel very, very at home in the Microsoft Bing team over here in the UK. And I had a wonderful year on my internship. So thank you so much for that. It's great to be working with you again. I know you, I know what you've been up to and have been watching along, but for those who don't, can you tell us who you are and what you do at Microsoft?
Yeah, those are fun days for sure. So I'm Saqib Sheikh, and I lead a team of engineers here at Microsoft working on solutions to empower people with disabilities to do even more, powered by emerging technologies like AI and AR. And in particular, we make the Seeing AI app, which maybe we'll get into later on.
Yes, no, I'm sure we will, but drop that in there to keep people watching, which is great. Saqib, when me and Henk host a show actually called the A Bit of AI Show, and something we do in there is called the quickfire questions round. It's very exciting, and I'm quite excited to do a shorter version with you so that our amazing global AI community watchers can get to know you a little bit better. So are you ready for a few quickfire questions?
Okay, let's give this a go.
Wonderful. Okay, so what was your first programming language?
BBC Basic.
Oh, wonderful. That's what we like to hear. What was the programming language you last used on the project?
C# and Python.
Interesting. Two popular choices. And our third question is, what was your first computer?
Oh, yeah, that was a old Toshiba laptop many years ago now.
Oh, very nice, very nice. A good one to shout out. I was going to say, I think, yeah, I went from I could only remember what operating system my first computer was. So no, very good for even getting on brand there with a brand name. Thank you for sharing. So there are a couple of our quick fire questions to get people to just know who you are, your background, you're incredibly technical. On that first computer, I wanted to ask you a little bit, if we could dig into what were some of the accessibility features you were able to use then, and kind of how have things moved on a little bit now?
I think in many ways, the fundamentals have stayed the same. As someone who's blind, I use a screen reader, which is a piece of software which runs in the background, and it looks at what's going on the screen, hooking into different APIs and speaking out loud using text-to-speech. And that in many ways was the same decades ago, and that is still the fundamental today.
Oh, I love it's so interesting, isn't it? Because actually, like you said, if there is this, the fundamentals, and then I'm assuming everything just makes everything slightly easier. I guess it's like that for any tech, though, isn't it? Everything just gets better and better and better, hopefully, in most cases. Following on from that, I was wondering, can you share your perspective on why it's important for our audience to make things accessible? A lot of people in our audience are building different things, and I'd love to hear it from your perspective.
So you say accessible, and clearly accessibility is my passion, but I'd also invite the audience to think about inclusive, because on the internet, your audience is everyone. And out of 7 billion people, there's 1 billion people with some form of disability. So if you want to include everyone, then actually, there's a whole lot of people with different needs. And how do you meet everyone's needs? And so the interesting thing about this is it's even bigger than that, because there are people with permanent disabilities, sure, but then also situational disabilities like having the sun in your eyes or a loud noise in your ears, and temporary disabilities like, just breaking an arm for a while. So you want to be inclusive of everyone. So how do you do this? The big way is to be conscious of who are you excluding. And if you know who you're excluding, then just think about how can you include those people. And even if you can find 1 or 2 examples of people you're helping, make sure you laser focus. We often say design for one, solve for everyone. And so, yeah, you focus on that and you will include everyone and you'll be able to make way better solutions as a result. So accessible, inclusive, definitely.
It's such a good highlight. Thank you, Sakib, for sharing as well and breaking it down, because you're right. Like, you think, you know, what 1 billion people, and you're, oh my goodness, that's a lot of people. But then you really broke it down into a few categories there for people to consider, which should, you know, make it a little easier for people to go, okay, yeah, who am I excluding and how do I solve for that problem? Really, really like that approach. Thank you for sharing. One of the other questions kind of looped in the AI element, because I know you're very passionate about AI and accessibility, are 2 key topics here, and bringing them together. What tools and services are making the biggest impact in the AI and accessibility space? Probably thinking from the bigger picture.
Yeah, so deep learning, as I'm sure the audience knows, is really improving every year, faster and faster, more and more. And if you think about people, I was going to say people with disabilities, but technology can really close that gap. So it's less about disability and more about, you know, have you got the right tools to close your gap? Like for people who are blind, we now have computer vision tech that can recognize what's in images. And that's what our Seeing AI project is about. For people who are hard of hearing, we've got tech which is getting better each year at understanding, taking a stream of audio and understanding individual sounds and being able to alert on that. Or for someone who can't speak, we've got custom neural voices. So people are working on banking your voice while you are still able to speak. And, you know, for people with neurodiversity, then there are ways to transform information into a way that is inclusive for you. And the list goes on and on and on. But it's this idea that, OK, we can use AI to figure out how are we going to present this information that is inclusive of everyone and our individual needs.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And you really rattled through there a whole set of AI technologies that have really come on leaps and bounds as well in the last few years. Computer vision, translation, text to speech, the neural voice stuff. Oh, I mean, it's phenomenal in some sense, isn't it? What we can do with some of these technologies. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Seeing AI project? You touched on it a little bit there. Can you give us a sort of overview for those that don't know about it and actually maybe where they can go and find it?
Totally, always happy to plug. So it's called Seeing AI, and you can get that from the App Store or go to seeingai.com. But this is a talking camera app. So for someone who's blind, you can just point your phone at something, select the channel, which lets you know what task you're interested in, and it will read things to you, recognize the people around you, and describe objects and so much more. Let you relive your memories in your photo gallery, or even recognize photos from other apps. And yeah, it's a really popular app amongst people who are blind. But we're always looking at it's like a conversation with the blind community. How do we understand the needs, find the latest technology from our scientists at Microsoft, and bring those 2 things together? So some of the recent work we've done was in augmented reality. So when the very latest iPhones had LiDAR scanners, we realized that now you can actually not only use computer vision to recognize what's in front of you, but know how far away it is and build up this 3D model of the world that persists over time. And we can use spatial audio to hear where things are in the 3D space. So you'll hear the word chair coming from the chair, or you could place a persistent audio beacon on the door. So it's like a virtual sound that comes from the door, and as you move around, you can hear that sound in 3D space. So these are just some of the cool new experiments my team's working on. And yeah, there's so much more, but go and check it out.
Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. Love the idea, yeah, of the AR kind of space, and the chair, like telling you it's a chair is genius. Interestingly, I think the first time I tried on a HoloLens, I tried like the space experience, is it? And the directed sound that they had is really, really interesting, because like you could like lean one way towards the sun or something like that, and you could like hear it crackling because it's obviously so hot, and I was just mind blown in some senses. So really impressive to see what we can do, not just with AI as a a cutting edge technology, also with AR, with augmented reality, and stuff like that. So yeah, really, really exciting stuff. Oh, we'll have to catch up with you every year and see what your team is doing, so that we're the most up to date. But yeah, to go to cnai.com to find that, or go to the App Store. Sakib, before I let you go, we've got another couple of quick questions for you. I'm a big AI fan, but sometimes we know that AI doesn't always help. And so I wanted to ask you a very sort of blunt question, if I can. Has AI helped with accessibility in recent years?
Absolutely. There is no doubt that it's really revolutionized what is possible. But it's always worth understanding that AI is just a tool. So are the image descriptions that AI can generate, are they 100% accurate all the time? No way. And, sometimes I'm frustrated how slow the progress is, even though it's incredibly fast. And so sometimes people seeing AI and they're like, wow, you can just get an accurate description of everything anytime. And that is the vision, that's the goal. But it's worth knowing these are tools. And I think of this as we should make AI tools which help humans make better decisions. Because at the end of the day, let's keep people in the driving seat. And as the tools get better, you'll get better awareness, better knowledge, but yeah, humans first.
Oh, it's such a good point. And actually, interestingly, me and Hank always talk a lot in our show about the end-to-end of AI is so important. And as you said, like, how is it helping to solve a problem, make things easier, make things more efficient, is the center of everything that we do almost in technology, isn't it? How do we make things better? So I really enjoy that perspective that you shared there. Kind of focus not just on the tool, not just what the tool delivers, but also what's the experience for the person who's using it and what decisions can they make from it. That's really, really good stuff. Wonderful. Well, to wrap up, unfortunately, we only have a short amount of time with you. As I said, we'll have to have you back. We'll have to have a catch up in the near future again. For all those AI experts, engineers, enthusiasts that are watching us here at the Global AI Keynote, what's the one thing you would suggest they do next to either learn more about this space or take action?
I would say solve meaningful problems. So find a problem you're passionate about, but then this is the important part. Find someone facing that problem, whether it's someone with a disability or someone who is, accountant, lawyer, doctor, whatever your field is. Find someone who needs your tool and then work with them really closely to see how does AI work for them? How do the solutions empower them to do more? So I always say that when someone with a problem and someone with the ability to create come together, that's when you get magical solutions out the other end. So go do your stuff, and I can't wait to see what you put into the world.
Wow, what a wonderful way to end this this keynote for the Global AI community. Sakib, I just want to say a massive thank you for joining us and spending some time chatting to us about your insights, your perspectives, and your expertise in this space. We really, really appreciate it. And so with that, I'll hand it back to the amazing Global AI community organisers.
Thank you so much, Amy and Sakib, for this great interview about AI and accessibility. Accessibility is not just something small that we can push to the end of our backlog. Now let us investigate how we can help everyone by making intelligent AI applications.
Today, you can look forward to a great schedule that has been set up by your local community. So with no further ado, we again want to welcome you to the Global AI Bootcamp 2022. We hope you enjoy this day, learn lots of new things, and connect with each other. And of course, we hope to see you again at our next Global AI event as well. Enjoy the event.
Hello, everyone. Hello, welcome to the Global AI Bootcamp, Lagos, Nigeria 2022. So we're excited to have you all here with us. We hope that you're going to get some useful information from joining us today. So without any further ado, just to give you some quick information on what the plan is for today. So what you just finished listening to was the keynote for the event. So now we're going to go to an amazing speaker that's going to be talking to us on the subject of AI, of course. So we have Jaflet, and Jaflet will be walking us through some other aspect of AI. So let me see if I can bring Jaflet in here. 1 minute. Hello, Jaflet. How are you doing? Are you able to hear me? I'm not sure if Jaflet is able to hear me. Hello, Jaflet. Yeah, I think I need to reach out to Jaflet. I don't think he can hear me. 1 minute. Let's go that, and let's reach out to Jaflet. Hello, Jaflet. Are you there? 1 minute. Let me do that. I think you're back now. Let's go. Hello, can you hear me now, Jaflet? And let's reach out to Jaflet. Oh, I think that there is a delay in getting.
Hello, David. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Awesome. I can hear you now. How are you doing today?
Okay. Yes.
I can hear you just now, but it went silent a bit.
Okay.
Let's see. So, are you able to hear me? I can see you, but okay. Yeah. I think while Jaflet is having a look to see what's going on with the internet connection, let me go ahead and bring up each topic, and I'll go ahead and introduce Jaflet to everyone. So let me go bring up the information, and let's go right into that. Let's go bring that up. So the topic that Jaflet is going to be covering once the internet connection is back working would be AI for everyone. And just a quick introduction of the speaker himself. So his name is Jaflet Unwamu. So I remember when I first met Jaflet, and one of the things that really stood out to me was just Jaflet's amazing knowledge and passion, right? So you can tell that this is someone that really has a passion for AI, a passion for technology, a passion for educating others, a passion for investing in the community. So it's just an amazing all-star all around. So Jaflet is a developer advocate. So it mainly programs using C#. It builds AI solutions with Microsoft Azure. So Jaflet has presented multiple sessions in our Azure Nigeria user group for us, and they were very informative sessions. So Jaflet strongly believes that everyone, when given access to the right tools and opportunity, can build, innovate, and come up with mind-blowing solutions that can change the world. And I can really attest that that's how Jaflet conducts himself and moves. It's really about empowering others with information is really about helping others get the importance and the benefit of technology. So I can see that something is still being worked on in the back end. So I think in just a few minutes, I think that we should be good. So once we have the setup all good. And by the way, we do have like a live at the moment. So maybe I should actually just patch you through so you can see what's going on live.
Hello, David. Can you hear me?
Hello, Jafflet. I can hear you loud and clear. And also, we can see that you're right there. You're somewhere interesting today. Where are you today?
So I'm currently at Global AI Bootcamp.
Wow. Wow. And you can see that it seems as if you have some friends over also. So you're not just the one at the party. I think you do have other people just sitting opposite you there.
Yeah. So we have join others to join us too.
Amazing. That's amazing. Jafflet, I can't wait to hear what you're about to share with us. I've shared with other people, just how amazing you are. And in terms of your passion, your knowledge, your skills, I believe that you're one of the key importance leaders in the technology space in Nigeria, and not only just in Nigeria, in Africa, in the future. So I look forward to learning from you today. So if it's okay, I'll just go ahead and hand over to you, and then we can get started with your session.
Great.
Okay.
Just
no problems at all. No problems. Take all the time that you need. So no pressures at all. So this is about us learning stuff. So it doesn't have to be all nice and neat and clean. It's something that we can sort of improvise on. So that's absolutely fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Okay,
great. Can you see my screen?
So let me bring up your screen. Yes, we can see your screen now, Jafflet.
Okay.
So thanks very much, everyone. Yep, awesome.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us for Global AI Bootcamp 2022. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all. Thanks again for those joining virtually, for those joining physically. Thank you so much for joining. Now, while preparing my slide, this was what I came up with. But then I remembered that we're told when coming up with slides to come up with slides that are readable. The text should be readable. And so I came up with this, which actually kind of portrays the topic. But then I also remembered that you don't make use of a blank slide as your introductory slide. So I did this. And then I remembered that this doesn't give a real impression of what artificial intelligence is all about. This gives an impression of programming, coding. And so I needed to change the background image. And so I did this and decided to go with this. Now keep this picture in your mind as we're going to be going over it throughout this session. It portrays what artificial intelligence is all about. I'm Jafflet, a computer scientist. That was what I was told when I graduated. I love to code, but I do not like to code. And so I figured out a new career path, which was called low code, no code. And I get to use these low code, no code tools to build solutions. I love talking about artificial intelligence, helping people learn about the amazing things you can do with artificial intelligence. And I get to work with amazing team members all around the world, to empower people. That superhero feeling that it gives you to, impact the lives of people. Now, in this session, we are going to be talking about artificial intelligence. But the first question I would like to ask is, what comes to your mind when you hear of artificial intelligence? Now, this is what comes to most people's minds when you hear of artificial intelligence. This this, and this. They think of movies that portray artificial intelligence as taking over the world, robots as coming to destroy the world, killing humans, all of those negative stuffs. But is this what artificial intelligence is all about? What really is artificial intelligence and what does it entail? Now, something to note during this session is that artificial intelligence doesn't mean automated systems. What this means is a system that has been programmed to do a specific thing at a specific time is not an artificial intelligence system. Again, a system, a solution that has been programmed to carry out specific activities at specific times is not an artificial intelligence system. So what is an artificial intelligence system? First, we need to understand what artificial intelligence is all about. Um, a definition I love using when defining artificial intelligence is that it enables machines to mimic humans, to mimic our intelligence. What makes us intelligent as humans? 6 key things. As humans, we can speak. As humans, we can hear. As humans, we can perceive things, we can see, we can make decisions. And from all of these things, whenever we are told something or from the things we see, we can learn. But then, when people think of artificial intelligence and how to bring all of these features to life, they think of these 3 things. And it's so scary. They think of tons of lines of code, thousands of programming languages that you have to use, sitting in one position and just writing code, debugging, and all of those bulky stuff. For someone like me, it is very scary, and it's not something I would love to do. Well, a lot of persons want to go into artificial intelligence, but when they think of this, they feel bad about it. But don't be sad, not to worry. Microsoft has got you covered. And in this session, I'll be focusing on 2 key technologies which Microsoft has in store for us to learn and build artificial intelligence solutions without having to write tons of lines of code, without having to put in so much effort, into programming. The first is Azure Cognitive Services. Microsoft has tons of APIs which will help your solutions become artificial intelligent. Remember the 6 key areas we mentioned earlier that makes humans intelligent, and we said artificial intelligence gives machines the ability to mimic human intelligence. Now, Azure Cognitive Services gives machines the ability to carry out these 6 characteristics of human intelligence. The first one, we have the language APIs. And in the language APIs, you have your text analytics, which could get things from a particular set of text, analyze it, and then it tells you whether the text or the language the person is speaking is the right language and all of that. Then for businesses, we have customer feedback analysis. So a customer tells you something, and then you can analyze if it's a positive response or not. You have speech, which is something that makes humans intelligent. And for speech, you have your speech API, where you can convert your text to speech, for example, or your speech to text conversion and all of that. For knowledge, you have your anomaly detection. Machines can detect when something is going wrong within them and prompt an alert. And then when they prompt an alert, the user or the person who is in control of it gets to fix it. Or if they are programmed or designed to fix themselves, then they get to fix themselves. Another key area is sentiments, which has to do with running through what the person has typed, running through different social media handles, for example, and then trying to understand what people are saying from what they have said. They can think knowledge. And then when it comes to search, you can you have your Bing, for example. When you go back to Bing and you type in a keyword, it suggests tons of responses for you. And then the most important part, which we also have, is your vision. In vision, humans can see and they can simulate what they see. You know, when they see things, they can keep it in their memory and they can do all amazing things with it. And Cognitive Service APIs also has a vision API, which we'll be touching a little bit on for computer vision and custom vision. And then for your machine learning, your systems get to learn from all of the data that they get to use. But aside Azure Cognitive Service APIs, which does all of these amazing things for us without having to write tons of lines of code, we also have Microsoft's Power Platform, one key technology I am passionate about. Microsoft's Power Platform contains four basic technologies. First, we have Power Automate, which focuses on automation of systems. We have Power Apps, which focuses on building enterprise applications within your organization, applications that can be used within your organization, to do lots of amazing things. And then to analyze stuffs, we have Power BI. Okay, so I've talked about Azure Cognitive Services and I've talked about Power Platform. And the goal of this session is not to bore you. Really, it's not to bore you. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to work on two brief projects, and I'll show you how Microsoft Azure Cognitive Services helps us, build artificial intelligence solutions. And then I'll show you a very simple example of how Power Apps connected with Power Automate can also help you carry out or work on an artificially intelligent system. So let's get on it. I will reshare my screen now, so we can get over to that. Please let me know if you can see my next screen.
Not yet. I think you may need to stop sharing in Restream and then reshare, and then select your screen in Restream.
Cool. So I just did that. Okay, please let me know if you can see my screen now.
Awesome. Yes, we can see your screen now.
Cool. So the first project I'm going to be working on is related to computer vision. Now, the way computer vision works is included in computer vision, you have your image recognition, your object detection, your object recognition, and all of that. So we'll head over to customvision.ai. And if you are heading here for the first time, it will prompt you to sign in. But if you are not, if you're signed in already, it will just take you directly to the dashboard, which you can see here. So we're going to create a new project, and we are going to name this project and when we get here, so I will name mine Global AI Bootcamp. And then I'll have to pick which of these I want to work on. to enter a description. I don't really need to enter a description for this. Sorry, just to confirm, can you still see my screen, David?
Oh, actually, no. We just your screen stopped sharing. Sorry. So if you share your screen again, no problems at all.
Can you see that?
Awesome. Yes, we can see your screen now. Thanks very much.
Great. So already for a resource, the resource group, for resource group has already been created. For this project, we're going to be classifying objects, and then if time permits, we might just touch a little bit on the object detection. Now, for the different types we want to classify, let's stick with a multi-class. That is, we want to tag a specific image here. So let's make it foods because that's what we're going to be working on. And then we just keep with Division AI dev kit. We really don't need this, but then we'll get over to create our project. And then it takes us over to the page where we can see our system. Now, what happens here is we need to, please David, confirm if you can still see my screen.
Yes, sir. We can still see your screen. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So there are two types when we do your machine learning solutions or your artificial intelligence solutions. You need a training data set and a testing data set. For your training data set, it's usually the same content, the same set of images, but then you use it in making sure that the solution you're building is trained, more of like training it as the word implies. And then testing, when you need to test to make sure it's working, it's the way you want it to be. That's what you that's where you make use of your training data set. So yeah, over here you take note of training images. And for this session, I would like us to we want to classify between mangoes and apples. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to head over and download pictures of mangoes. So I'll download picture of mangoes, tons of them. So I'll save this picture and then I'll save this. Then I'll save this one. So because we need to train our system, we'll need to download or we need to have tons of images that portray that. Notice something I'm doing. I'm downloading different type of mangoes. So let's see what the results will be at the end. So what I would do here is I would add these images that has been downloaded. Great, so I have all of them. So for this, I'm going to add a tag, and the tag is mango. Then I'm going to upload all of these files. And if you notice here, it has been added to the images I will be using for training. And like I mentioned earlier, we also, the next fruit we need to add is, okay, so let's pick strawberry. So I'll download images of strawberry. currently have 4 pictures of strawberries. Let's see if we have others that we could use. So head over here. This is a nice image of a strawberry. We need one more image of a strawberry, so we'll go with this one. And then we'll head over here and pick those six images of strawberries, and then upload. And then for the tag, we tag it as strawberry. Cool. So in total, we have 12 images, 6 for mangoes and 6 for strawberries. Now we need to train. So because of time, we're going to do a quick training. And so while it is training, just hold on a bit. Again, remember all what we have done, we did them without having to use code. So it's easy for us to work around it. For more complex systems, points need to use code. But then if you're working on systems that are not really complex, then you can make use of any of these APIs. As an intro here. Still training. So while this is training, let us also take some time to talk about other computer vision services that we have, which Microsoft Azure also gives you the opportunity to. You also have your object detection API, which you can use. So if we're going to work on this, building our objects, another object detection solution, then we'll have to head over to Microsoft Azure, create a resource group specifically for it, so it can run on cloud. Instead of having to run it on a personal computer, it gets to run on cloud, and you can have access to it at any point in time. In future sessions, we get to talk about that and build more complex systems.
So, Jafflet, while you're doing that, there's a question that came in from Chikune Place, which I have on the screen now. So, Chikune asked the question, what API do we use if we're not coding?
Okay, so when you head over to community services website, it depends on the solution you are trying to build. Now, when you are creating a resource group on Microsoft Azure, you are giving keys. And if you understand how APIs work, you'll know that you make use of keys for those APIs to work. Once you have a key, you can impute it in your solution, in your code, if you are making use of code, and then from there it can run all the other activities for you. But for this specific demo we are working on, we don't have a key. We are not really making use of an API. I'm just getting to show you what it's like. I hope that answers his question.
Yeah, hopefully Chicken can confirm. Thanks very much for that, Jafflet. So by the way, if anyone else has any question for Jafflet, please do put them in the chat window and we'll read them out to him. So sorry, carry on.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Jafflet.
And please, at any point in time, if there are questions, you can just interrupt me and I'll answer them. So our solution has finished training, or our system has finished training, and so let's quickly test it. So what I'll do here is I'm going to look for an image. Okay, so this time let's look for an image of a strawberry and download. So I'll download this image and I'll use it to test this. So I'll browse, come here, pick this, and then let's see the results. So if you take note of, it's making use of the two tags we have. It's a strawberry or mango, and it's giving us based on what it thinks that it's for these items. It's 4%, 0.5 a strawberry, and in 15.4% in mango. The reason for this confusion, or the reason why, must have been that we noticed from our training images, we also had some mangoes that have colors close to that of strawberry. So for example, this specific mango has a color close to this, so that must have been the reason why. Now let's try something else. Again, something to note is classifying whatever image we're imputing based on these two tags that we have given. So let's try something way different. Let's try Apple. And let's see what it does this time. So I'll pick a green apple so it doesn't confuse it much. And then quick test, browse local files, come here, and let's see what happens. Okay, so notice it's saying 99% probability that it is a mango. So here's the reason why. Because of images like this that portray or this specific image that shows that portrays that this is an image, and so it's actually leaning on that to make that prediction. If you need to build more complex systems depending on the problems you are trying to solve, then you can work around it. But this is how easy it is, to work with your solutions like this. If we're making use of the object detection, testing with object detection, then it would have done something different. But again, remember, we're making use of the classification, which classifies a specific image based on the tags that we have imputed. Okay, so this is how simple it is working with computer vision, whatever solutions you are building. Now, let's head over to Power Apps and work on something. Head over to make the powerapps.com, and something else I would like to show you over there. So this is what your dashboard looks like. If you haven't signed in on Power Apps before, be sure to sign in. It takes you to your dashboard, which should look something like this, just to confirm I'm signed in into the right account. And then I head over to create. And then from here, sorry, AI Builder, not create. And then from AI Builder, I get to build my solution. Now, what Power Apps does is it connects with Azure Cognitive Services for me to build my AI solutions. So for example, if you take note of some cognitive services it has here: category classification, entity extraction, all of these belongs to one or two parts of Azure Cognitive Services. But the one we'll be working on is an invoice processing. Now, how does this work? So I'll start a free trial. How does the invoice processing work? Let's give a scenario. Let's say in your organization, people have to submit. Let's say, for example, your employees have to submit. They carry out some expenses, and they have a receipt or an invoice. And then what they do is they submit that so they can be refunded. And the moment they submit that invoice, another person who probably might be the admin or might be held of the financial part of the organization receives a prompt with the details of that invoice. The details in the invoice is extracted, and it receives those details with from the invoice. So that's basically how this is going to work. So I'll click on using a flow, and it takes us to Power Automate. And from here, you notice what it's making use of two key areas. First, it's making use of a trigger, but this time we will be triggering this manually. So I'll just wait for this to complete loading. And it's connecting to Microsoft Dataverse, it's connecting to Office 365. So it will be sending a mail to the specific Office 365 user, making use of Office 365 and normal Outlook. So I'll continue here. And it would take me to a whole new page where I have all of the flows. Again, this is a template because of the time frame, the restrictions on time we'll have. I would have built this from scratch, but then because of time, just need to make it a template to quickly show you how this works. So I'll quickly explain this. First, it's manually triggering the flow, and it is making use of a file that has been uploaded. So it's going to prompt us, the moment we run this, it's going to prompt us to upload an invoice. And then what it will do is it will extract information from that invoice. We're picking the file from here and then imputing it here. So it will be extracting information from this specific invoice, whatever is imputed in this first stage. And then what it does here is it picks all of these, who it's receiving it from, the amount, the quantity, description from the invoice. And what it does here, it sends a mail. So it's already it has been defined to send a mail to the person creating this solution, that is myself. And here is the mail it will send. Invoice process, congratulations, your power, all of that, all of this information, including the ID of the invoice, confidence, invoice dates, invoice total, and all of the items in the invoice. So let's quickly test this. I'll save and I'll test. So again, as mentioned, what we have been able to see is that whatever solutions we need to build or we are building needs to be able to do things on their own, without having to get instructions and all of that. Just the same way humans can do all of these things on their own without having, to get prompted at every point in time to get that done. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to head over and create a, I'm going to create an invoice. And I'll head over to invoice. I'll create a new tab. Invoice generator. website we'll be using for creating our demo, our invoice for this. So I'm just going to add random details. So let's add the Apple as our logo, invoice number 356. Is this invoice from? It's just random names, bill to myself, Jafelamu. It is optional. Date. So let's pick 10th of January, 11th of January, payment terms. So let's use card, due date, 15th, PO number, random number. What items do we pick here? Okay, so let's say Jota, 30 Jotas, each costs $10. And then good item, shirts. So these shirts cost $50. So 50 shirts, and this costs $25 each. And let's get a Lenovo ThinkPad. 243. Getting two, and then this costs $600. So no need to take notes because of time. So we're adding tax. Let's say this is tax is 20%. Discount. Let's say discount is 5%. Shipping. Let's say shipping is 25%. Total amount is 2,476. So let's leave this blank because again, the user has not paid, sending it over to their company, to pay for it. So downloads that, and that has been downloaded. So we head over here and import, and then we run this flow. And what happens is it starts running. The moment it completes running, I would receive a mail which I would show you that displays exactly what's the way we it has been we had imputed here. So it has completed. So I'll open my box quickly and hope the email comes in quickly. And here it is. So if you notice here, okay, I don't know if you can still see my screen.
Yes, we can still see your screen. Yes.
Oh, I mean, can you see which screen can you see specifically?
Oh, we can see the Power Automate.
Oh, no, that's not the screen I'm showing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm coming, I'll share this news.
Yeah. So Jaflet will be rounding up shortly. So if anybody has any question, this is the time to put your question in the chat window because we'll round up shortly to move to the next session.
So let's share it. Okay, so please let me know if you can see my screen now.
Yes, we can see the email.
Okay, beautiful. So this email I got, congratulations, your Power Automate flow, oh, these are details. And then one thing is giving us is the confidence score. So how sure is it that that was what was imputed there? It gives us at each interval, at each point, and then totals everything. So if I am from the organization and admin there, I can see this and be like, oh, okay, fair enough. And then I can also walk around add something else to it that where I can accept or reject this specific invoice, and then it's processed. So that's how it works. Again, the goal of this session is to show you that artificial intelligence is not just for those who know how to code. It's not just for those who know how to write programming languages, those that can intimidate us, I would say, you can also build your artificial intelligence solution. So thank you very much for making out time for this. At any point in time, if you've got questions to ask, you can reach out on Twitter, or you can reach out on LinkedIn. Dynamics conference is also coming up, and there I'll be showing you more demos about Power Platform. So you can head over to this link, which David might also be sharing in the chat.
Yeah.
All of these links, David will be sharing them in the chat so that you can follow up on that session and also learn how to work on your AI projects, making use of Microsoft's Power Platform. Thank you again for listening to this session.
Wow, that was amazing. Thanks very much for that, Jaflet. That was really, really interesting. That was really clear, and that was very, very useful. So I guess like the only question I'll probably ask is, so if someone that's just watched you, they're interested in getting started, practicing like some of the scenarios that you shared and just getting started, any community that they could be a part of to connect to begin to understand some of these concepts, any community you recommend to them locally, whether in Nigeria or West Africa that you know about?
Okay, so first we have the MCT Nigeria user group, which these events is currently holding. They can also be part of that user group and get to learn from all of the amazing community leaders. There are all of the certified trainers there that are building way cool solutions. And then we have the data and AI user group, which they could also check out on Meetup, and also on YouTube too. And so what I could do is I'll get all of those links out and share them with you.
Yeah.
So they can learn about it. Artificial intelligence has lots of potentials, especially now. With lots of it connects with lots of fields. So this is the time to actually learn and do some cool stuff with artificial intelligence.
Awesome. That's very, very useful. Again, thanks very much for sharing your knowledge with us. It's really appreciated. So we'll take a very, very short break now. We'll take a break of about 3 minutes. So we'll take about 3 minutes break. So when we come back from the break, what we're going to do is we're going to get started with the next session. And the next session will be on AI security. So just a short conversation on AI security. We'll keep it short and simple. And then we have other interesting sessions that we're going to be announcing. So we still have upcoming speakers. We have Oluwaseye Oluwawumeju and Ayodeji Folarin that will be speaking on cognitive services and Power BI. We have Osinachi Chukujama that will be speaking on data extraction from forms using Azure Applied AI Services. We have Paul Barnabas that will be speaking on building an Azure machine learning model. We have John Ogundepo that will be speaking on detecting of phishing website attack using machine learning algorithms. So interesting topics, interesting sessions that are upcoming. Make sure you stick with us. We're looking to finish still around like 3:55 for 4 p.m. or so. So, and there's also a panel that's going to be coming up where we're going to be talking about the future of AI in Africa. So that'll be the last session for today. You do not want to miss that session. We want to find out what's the future of these technologies that we're talking about in our beloved continent, Africa. So let's take a 3-minute break. When we come back from the break, AI security would be the next topic. See you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the next session in the AI Bootcamp 2022 live from Lagos, Nigeria. So next session is on, next topic is on AI security, and we have, this will be moderated by Seyi Oluwawumiju, and we have myself that will be speaking. So Seyi, I'll probably just go ahead and introduce myself. So, my name is David Okeade. So I work in the area of cloud security. So I'm the Chief Technology Officer for the in EMEA for the Azure Cloud at Palo Alto Networks. So I have written books on Azure security, from pen testing Azure for ethical hackers to just Microsoft Azure security technologies. So I have my very good friend in the and colleague in the technology field that will be moderating the session today. So hello, Seyi, how are you doing today?
Well, I am doing great, and how are you?
Yeah, doing good also. Busy times, right? So
Well, this time,
yeah,
just like last year.
true. It is. So we just back at it this year again. So looking forward to what will happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you're welcome to this section where we'll be looking at, just like Jaflet have said earlier, AI is more of an interaction that comes from the program language you create and making it to mimic what human feel what you do. And we have noticed several things that is happening in the security space. And if you're out there and you are asking a question, what does it take to secure your AI solution? Now, there are so many things coming in on AI, ethical. The ethics of AI is being propagated by each solution provider, the governance, the policy. We also want to look into security. How do we, if you're out there and you want to be able to uh, use your AI solution, how do you manage it? So the first question I will ask David, is this I'm getting an echo
Okay.
somewhere?
So I'm not sure if the audience can confirm if you're getting an echo. I'm not getting an echo from my. Oh, you know what? I think I know what that is. Let me stop sharing my screen. Let me stop
Okay.
sharing my screen and let me share my screen without sound this time. I think that's where it's coming from. So let me do that again. So let me do screen share, and this time around I'll share it without any system audio. So I'll go ahead and I'll do, which screen am I on? Sorry, let me just go screen share, screen 2 without audio. Awesome. So that should be good. So you're not hearing the echo anymore, right?
No, I can't.
Awesome. Yeah.
So before then, we were trying to look at several areas because security is it's very important in our digital era, especially when we know that several people out there that have malicious intention. They have things in mind to destroy the good intention of every program out there.
Yeah.
So the first question I want to ask you is that, is AI security different from every other security that we have on Azure, on M365, or any other solution out there? It's security specifically for AI. Is it different?
That's a very good question, Ms. Sheyi. Is AI security different from other aspects of cybersecurity? So the answer to that is sort of like a typical, it looks like a political answer, but it's not. The answer to that is it's yes and no. It's different, yet it's not different. Right. So here's what I mean by that. So, for example, the frameworks that we use for securing AI systems, the methodologies, right, the practices are the same. Security practices are consistent. Whether you're talking about physical security, cyber security practices are consistent. However, AI does introduce new types of vulnerabilities, new types of risks, new types of trust management that we've not encountered before, right? So you have like this new class of vulnerabilities that are referred to as adversarial ML, right? So here we're beginning to talk about using machine learning systems, using the AI systems to attack others, right? So we're getting into new fields here. So for example, being able to recreate, so maybe being able to recreate Mr. Sheyi's voice using machine learning, recreate your voice, and then using that to go authenticate to your bank system, right?
I watched a movie recently,
Yeah.
I think late last year,
Yeah.
and the guy wants to hack into the security system to get some treasure.
Yeah.
Now, the only way you can do that is to have the eye contact of the manager and his fingerprints.
Yeah.
And it has a mimic AI solution on the phone that mimic the voice, mimic the eyes, mimic the fingerprint. I was able to hack it. I think that's what you are trying to say here.
Yeah, and that's where you begin to see, because people do have challenges, you know, we make fun of it sometimes when we say, oh, whenever people think about AI, people think about Terminator, end of the world scenario. Machines are coming after us, blah, 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 and all that stuff. But there is some aspects to that. If care is not taken, in some cases, right, where you're talking about, you know, using things like deep fakes, for example, you see that online where you see the face is the face of, you know, Barack Obama. The voice sounds like Barack Obama, but it's not. It's not Barack Obama. That's just really speaking. It's AI that's been used to mimic his voice and to modify the face to look as if he's saying something. So now we're talking about using things like AI to propagate disinformation and misinformation out to the world. And what's the impact of doing that? To where you see something that looks believable, now you have to question what you're seeing. Right? You're like, I can see this is you speaking, this is you saying that, but is that really you? Right? So there are new aspects that AI does pose where it's different from traditional security. But in terms of how we approach that, in terms of the methodologies and the frameworks that we use, it's essentially still similar to the concepts. Yes.
Wow. So now that brings me to the second question, David.
Yeah.
Now, you have shown us that security is security. But what we are seeing now is innovation in security. People injecting new ways in able to flaw your security solution, your AI solution, to be able to have access to it. So the next question I want to ask, which is very close to that, but now the question now is that are there some AI attack that has happened that you are aware of that you can share with us?
Yeah.
So because folk out there, people that want to go into AI development, they need to know before they dive into it.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So, like example attacks that have happened. So, let me clear the screen a little bit here, but I'm not sure if people are actually, you know what? Let me leave the screen and the way it is. I'm not sure if people have heard of like this Microsoft system or solution that they published called TAY. So, for those that may not know what TAY is, TAY was published by Microsoft in 2016. So, it was published by the Microsoft research team in March 2016. And the plan for TAY was, this is going to be an AI-driven chatbot, right? That's going to send out tweets every now and then, right? Send out tweets every now and then to inform the world about what's going on. And also, you can have a conversation with TAY on Twitter and say, hey, hello, TAY, how are you doing? Sort of like Siri, but hosted on Twitter. Hey, TAY, how are you doing today? Everything good? What's going on in China today? What's going on in West Africa today? What's going on in Ghana today? And TAY is going to reply to you. However, within 16 hours, this system was attacked and Microsoft had to take it offline completely, right? So how was it attacked? Like what happened with TAY? So whenever we talk about machine learning models that drive AI systems, this is a sample pipeline of what they go through. So first of all, you collect training data like what Jaflet was showing to us earlier. You collect all types of data depending on the types of solution that you want to build. You collect all type of training data, and then you go through like sort of like a sanitization process, a tagging process for the data, and a training process. So you take that data, you use it to train a model. that has like your algorithms written into that. So use that to train your model. And then once you have trained your model, you publish that. And then you have clients able to interact with that published model to ask questions and then extract responses from that. What organizations typically do, Sheyi, is this. Organizations know that AI system must be continuously improved. We cannot just train it once and forget it. So what they're going to do is they're going to say the input that's coming in from our users, we're going to be using that input to retrain this model. So that input goes back to the training process, and we're going to use it to retrain this model. And you can probably see where I'm going here. Because what happened was people began to put bad inputs. And the bad inputs that were coming in were being used to retrain the model. And now the model started giving out bad output. Like the model within 16 hours was saying all kinds of racist, craziest things you can ever imagine. And Microsoft went, oh, okay, this needs to go offline now. So if you're interested in that, you can find out on Wikipedia. Just search for Taybot, and you read about the attack, like trolls attacked that. And essentially, it was by corrupting the data that's coming in, because the data was coming from input, coming from users. So if I can put enough bad input, I get bad output out. And that's one of the things that's important to emphasize when we talk about AI security. An AI system is only as good as the training model, as the data that's used to train the model. If the data that's used to train the model is corrupted, is bad,
It's corrupt.
yeah,
It's
gonna be bad. And yeah, so you can imagine like if somebody has put like maybe some bad training data to train a model that's being used by the police systems to identify criminals, and all of a sudden it's identifying innocent people all around, as criminals, even though when they have not committed any crime, right? So those are the sort of things that can be used to exploit like these types of systems.
That's really as informative. And another thing I saw, I'll take you back to movies I watched.
Yeah.
There's this movie I watched called The Black Hat. Now this was an hacker. There are two hackers. The first one was imprisoned by US government. The other one was able to work by using what we call the IoT system to log into various environments. Now, there is a particular pump which was modeled by him, sold to the market. So he used the pump to enter into the system. As you said, once the data is corrupt, every other thing was set on fire. He was able to get to energy terminal. He was able to get to US stock exchange to manipulate stock. Just because he has an asset, there's the back door, and there is what we call a payload that he was using to change. A payload that he was using to make this happen. So now that brings me to the third question.
Yes, sir.
Because I know people out there might be also open to even look into security of AI as a career path. Now, what are the challenges towards AI security generally and for Africa?
That's another really good question. What are some of the challenges in AI security? Well, I think like the number one challenge that we're facing at the moment is around education. So I was reading a book recently. It's not about AI. The book is about changing, right? It's the beginning of the year. Everybody wants to change something, right? I want to change something in this year to move that. So I was reading a book about changes and how changes happens. And it was talking about the change process. So sometimes we think that a change is about making a decision, right? So I was doing A, I'm changing to doing B. I was like, actually, no, change doesn't work that way in practice. Like change starts from education. People build education. People attempt to do something, they fail at it, and then they go back to the drawing board. They get more educated. They come back to attempt it. So it's like sort of like a back and forth situation to achieving change. So what that brings me to here is that when it comes to this aspect, I'll say education is sort of like the number one aspect of that, right? People have been educated on AI. People have been educated on how to build AI systems, how to leverage AI. Are people also being educated on how to secure those systems how to secure those services, how to ensure that you have the security of your training data. Like what you said, data is bad, the output is bad. How do you sanitize the training data? How do you make sure that you follow the principles that Mr. Sheyi referenced earlier, the principles around being ethical, right? This is principle around observing things like non-bias and all those other, yeah, exactly. How do you ensure, how is that automated within your systems and your services? So I'll say education is probably like the number one key challenge that we need to really address, and we need to address that as quickly as possible. People need to know how the systems that they're using, how they can be attacked. People need to be aware, but not only that, they need to learn, and they need to know how to protect them also. So as part of that, whenever I describe part of that, is I like to talk about understanding like the different aspects and the different models and the different types of attacks that happens and where they come from. So in this particular case here, there are two main categories that where you can see attacks that comes to the AI systems that you're using. A type of attack, which is an attack that happens during the training process, right? So during training, you have attacks there, and the other one is during the inference process. So that is when you've already trained the model, you've already published it, and now it's being used. So in this case, that could be something like a trained model, could be cognitive services, right? And then what are the inference types attacks that can happen? So understanding that we have training types attacks, understanding that we have inference type attacks, understanding how to protect against them. So these are probably well protected against by using boundaries of access, boundaries of control. For example, in this case, you can see that the boundary of control has extended to include the trained model. So that means data that's coming from the input here can influence the trained model. In the other example, you can see that it's tightened down a bit to where inference has been limited to this, so that data that's coming in is not being used to impact on the model that's been trained, which can also make it exploitable. So there are different things to look into, but I'll say that's like the number one thing would be like the education part of that, right?
So that's education is the steering force here. Now, finally, my final question before we round up this section.
Yes, sir.
I'm new to AI security. What do I need to do? How do I go about it?
Yeah.
Because it's obvious, apart from building a solution for AI, we also need to have specialists that take care of the because security in AI design cuts across not just about the programming, the model you create, also about the data you are injecting. And if those two are vulnerable, that means all your process is down. And you can imagine if a traffic light that is connected to an AI system is compromised, what will happen to busy place like New York, like London, for example, where you stay? What do you think will happen to your everything? Even in Africa, in Nairobi, in South Africa, in Joburg, where we have a very complex traffic system. How do we use data? What can I do to go into this career path?
Yeah, so that's a very, very interesting one. So for those that are looking to get started, I mean, the first place that I'll probably recommend is to get started by going through like a training called Adversarial Machine Learning 101. So I'll put the link in the chat window for those that are joining, but it's something that we can also share with others. So I'll bring it up on the screen here. So this is on a GitHub report that was published by MITRE. So for those that may not be security people, so MITRE is sort of like a framework that describes how attackers exploit systems and how to protect against different types of attack. So they have sort of like an adversarial machine learning threat matrix that goes into some of that. And some of the diagrams that I was actually using today came from it. So I'll highly recommend that people start first by looking at this training, right? Understand what are the different types of training time attacks that happen, and how you can protect against them, understand what type of inference time attacks that happens, how to protect against them. So it goes into details, and it actually gives you examples of attacks, the review of the attack, the type of the attack. And what I also like about this, Mr. Sheyi, what I like about this is it actually gives you case studies of where those attacks have happened real life. So like this one for Virus Total, I know many people may be familiar with Virus Total, which is a lot of cybersecurity solutions use that, and how their ML system was compromised and to be giving faulty results out. So if you think about the danger of this, Mr. Sheyi, to where if I can influence the ML model that's used to identify threats to where it's not able to identify threats, right? So now a threat can just walk past in. You're trusting your AI system, but it's being corrupted. The AI system doesn't know how to identify the threat, right? So those kind of stuff. So that's what I like about it. So I would recommend starting from this document, which goes into the details on adversarial machine learning 101, and get started there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, David.
No problem, sir.
Yeah, that's been so educative. So if you're out there and we have just seen a bit, at least in our AI and data group, we might be still bringing David up to give us more insight, especially on AI security. But at least the basic thing has been set, and we are not just looking at compliance in terms of policies, in terms of inclusion, in terms of trying not to have a biased system, but we are also seeing threats that is coming from even the system itself, which is the security flaw.
AI versus AI, the scenario.
Yeah, we need to take care of that. So I think that's up for me as moderation, and I hand it over to David as the major moderator to continue this.
Yeah, so thanks very much. Thanks very much for moderating, Mr. Shi. Really appreciate that. So the next, I think that we're due for a break now, right? Or are we having the next session and then a break?
We'll have a break, then the next section.
Yeah. So how many minutes are we having for break? Sorry for asking about this live. For how many minutes?
Well, I think the break should be because the break we'll have another section now. Then after that, not this section. The next section will be Japlet will communicate to you.
Okay.
So yeah, what is the section? Okay, he's sending it over to you now.
Okay.
So that will be the next section.
Yeah.
Then after that section, we go for break.
Okay.
And the break for those in person, there's a refreshment for them here.
Awesome.
But for those that is virtual, we send your cake, your drinks to you.
Oh, we don't want cakes. We want amala, newedu, and
papa. Unfortunately, you're in Lagos. So I think the next section will come up. Let's just go for a break, and we'll get back to you on the next section.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is let's have like a 5 minutes or so break. And then when we come back from the break, we'll communicate what the next session will be. So see you all in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome back. So let's go over to the next topic for today before we go for break, and then before we'll come back to go through the rest of the model. So the next topic is data extraction from forms using Azure Applied AI Services. And our speaker is Osinachi Chukujama. And Osinachi is a front-end software engineer. So he currently works for an organization called Patricia Technologies Limited. So he's a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. He's a community builder. I'm looking to learn amazing things from Osinachi today. So hello, how are you doing, sir? Oh, Osinachi, are you there? Okay. I think that maybe there may be some network connection. Oh, it just dropped now. So just some internet connection challenges. I think it's back now. Hello, Osinachi, how are you doing? Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me, Osinachi?
Yes.
Hello, Osinachi, can you hear me? Awesome.
Yes.
So we're ready for your topic. Yeah. So we're ready for your topic.
Okay.
So if you go ahead and present your slides, and we'll be ready.
Okay. Let's get started. So, can you hear me? Just confirming. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So my topic is data extraction from using Azure Applied AI Services. Right. First, let's just go through who I am and what I do. I'm a Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador, Patricia Technologies Limited. I'm also an engineering student, not then, but yeah. So let's talk about this topic: data extraction for forms using Azure Applied AI Services. Data extraction. We're talking about take data from somewhere, right? So if we look at the cloud adoption rates in the past few years, and many companies have adopted cloud technologies. Here, chart of cloud adoption in 2020 and 2021 in the European Union, between 2020 and 2021 in Europe in general. So if you look at the blue line, you can see that there were more of these countries were adopting cloud technologies in 2021 than 2020. So that means more organizations are moving their services to the cloud. And if we have more organizations going digital and moving services to the cloud, it means we have more data. And having more data means we can have more to analyze, to extract insights. So more data, more insight, right? So we can run machine learning models on our data. We can run analysis on our data to know how we can improve sales, how we can cut costs, those sort of things. But what happens to data that is still stuck in documents? So organizations still use a lot of documents. You see hospitals using patient forms. When you come to a hospital to register as a new patient, you're given a form, right? So that you have to fill that form manually and submit. It doesn't go directly to a computer system, or some hospitals haven't integrated that technology. And even organizations that use advanced technology still use documents at some point, whether digital or physical, right? So we still have to deal with things like receipts, invoices, business documents, and a whole lot of them, right? So if this data is stuck in documents, and since they say data is the new oil, we need to find a way to get the data out of these documents and put them in analysis software or put them in machine learning models to extract insight. So we need this this data from our documents, right? So how do we achieve that, right? So this way is to just hire a bunch of data entry interns who will work with us and enter data manually into these systems. So and then we achieved our goals, right? Well, that's not ethical. Nobody likes working without pay, and that's really manual. So I think a better approach would be to use something called optical character recognition. So optical character recognition is basically scanning a document, whether a PDF or an image, and extracting characters or text there, right? So have many applications that do this. Students have something called cam scanner. So you take a picture and it can actually extract text from that picture. And so, but we don't want to start building our own OCR models from scratch because that is not. If you check online for oscillation once, or you might have to pay lots of money to use software that can serve your needs. So what can we do? Let's enter Azure Form Recognizer. So Azure Form Recognizer is basically a way to turn documents into data at a fraction of time. Instead of paying for expensive OCR software, we can just use this Azure service that's part of Azure, right? So Azure Form Recognizer is part of what we call Azure Applied AI Services. And these services, I like a bunch of AI adoption as easy as editing a word. So instead of lots of code for your machine learning models, you can just use these services and have things like chatbots for your customers, cognitive search for your search, and analyze videos to get insights from maybe meetings and those sort of things. Right. So what exactly does Form Recognizer do? So basically, it just extracts text and tables from documents. So if you go back to the topic you said, extracting data from forms. So you have to ask what a form is. So a form basically is a document that has that you fill in the blank spaces or something like that. So it could be in a table or it could be key value pairs, something like that. So basically text and table, right? So this organizer service is available to access it using different tools. It has the REST API, and there are two studios. Let's just quickly go over what each does. So the REST API, you use it when you are running a custom backend. So let's assume that you want to set up a system that takes all the invoices your organization receives and checks them, run analysis on them to know how much your organization spends for it. So you plug it into your backend framework and do that. Or maybe when you're building an app in, let's say, Go, and the SDK is not, or Go is not available, so you can just use the REST API. So SDK is now you use the Form Recognizer SDK when you're building applications, and there are several SDKs for JavaScript, C#, Python, and yeah. So you can use these SDKs to build custom apps or custom solutions for your customers or for your organization. Right? So look at the Form Recognizer Studio. So it's basically a zero stress way of extracting data from Recognizer, and you actually have to go through Azure to use this studio, or what we using throughout them. That's how it is. So this is a basic gist of what it does. So we're going back to the studio. So that's what we're using for the demo today. So there's also something called the sampling learning tool. So remember the keys and the APIs that we talked about. So to be able to use those, to be able to use those platforms or those channels to access from organizers, you need a way to label your data. So that's like this sampling labeling tool, and it's basically a tool that looks like Visual Studio Code if you're familiar with it for access from. So it helps us recognize different types of documents, and it follows some APIs to achieve this. There's something called the layout API, the preview API, and the custom forms API. So we'll go over these. So the layout API basically extracts layouts from documents. So if you look at this right now, you see it's basically a table. So it's a table that contains looks like an Excel table, and the layout is basically a table. So the layout API is the basis of form recognizer extracting tabular data or selections from, maybe you have a document that has a checkbox. And so when it runs analysis, it presents the table in this format. You can see how better looking it is than the previous table, right? And it can give you a presentation of that table. So you be able to extract the data and be able to run analysis on data using JSON or CSV. You know, data scientists are familiar with the CSV file they use for training. So it gives you those two formats, right? So there's also the preview API, and the preview API is basically something built by Microsoft or by the form recognizer team to recognize specific types of documents. So most organizations use things like invoices, receipts, business cards, and ID cards. So the previous API basically gives us a way to extract data from these documents without even going through stress. Like, let's see. So this is a sample invoice. Run form recognizer on this invoice. When we run analysis on this invoice, we get these bounding boxes. So these bounding boxes are basically the fields that were recognized from this invoice, right? So let's look at the business card. This is one that analysis has been run on. See that it recognizes the name of the company, the contact names, Chris Smith, the departments, cloud and AI department, and the company name, the addresses too. So it's basically just previews stuff that we can use immediately, right? So this is one for an ID card. This is a driver's license, a US driver's license, and it recognizes the fields and extracts the data, right? So, but that's the organization will have lots of things to do with forms and not even be involved with invoices and receipts that much. So that's a custom form, right? Yeah. So basically, you would have the document your organization uses, like let's say a tax form or construction company. There's something called bill of quantities that contains the prices and of every of, of the construction material. So that those sort of forms be where custom forms come in. So it's actually it's an easy way for you to build AI models on your custom data, right? So custom form gives you the full power of Azure Form Recognizer data, right? So we're going to demo. So instead of going through more slides, we're going to just dive into the demo, right? So the form recognizer. if you have any question, just drop it so that I can attend to you. All right. Okay, so this is the Form Organizer Studio. It's So if you go through the website, you see the different types of models that are contained within Form Recognizer. So these are the previews. We have invoice, we have receipts, business card, ID documents. Then the custom models, which is what we would like to see. Right, but before we go to the custom model, we'll just open up the invoice model and run one there and load up custom model. So well, let's write it. So to get started with custom models, like working with Form Recognizer on your data, you basically come to the custom models URL, custom form, and create a project. Right. So it brings up a model that allows you to set the details for your project. So let's say we want to extract data tax forms. Okay, let me just bring this up. So I recently came to Lagos and I wasn't taxed, but I've taxation recently, right? So how the government does taxation. I started using a tax form as a sample for our demo, right? So this is a typical tax form. Many this will be distributed to I think employees of the state, right? So if the government don't want to go through manual data entry, hire interns and underpay them and tell them to enter the data from these forms manually for days, weeks, for the whole rest for the employees of Lagos, you can just easily build a form recognizer instance and make and build a custom model that will be able to recognize the fields of this form, right? So let's go over here back to so the project name will be okay, let's say Lagos State Tax Form, but I think I already with that name, so let's call it demo. So description extract data from tax form. So this is where Visual Studio comes in. Visual Studio, sorry, to use Form Recognizer, we need to have an Azure subscription. And if you're a student, you get $100 of Azure credits from Digital Park or with your student email. And you can also get $200 of Azure credits if you're a new user, right? Okay. Okay. I'll just do that. I've been speaking to myself all this while.
No, not at all. No, we can hear you. We've been having you all along.
Okay. Okay, it was breaking. Well, okay, let's go on. If at any point you can't hear me, just let me know. Right.
Yeah, no problems.
Right. So getting back to it, so this is where Azure comes in. So Azure is the cloud as a cloud platform where you can deploy all sorts of things from websites to machine learning models to databases and those sort of things, right? It's Microsoft Azure. So to be able to build on form recognizer, you need an Azure subscription. So if you're a new user, you get $200 of credits to be able to demo all sorts of things, right? So let's do this. So I have the subscription here. I'm going to select it. Then resource. So we can start from a new resource group, or we can use an existing. So I have an existing resource group for any form recognizer. So we just select that, and we need to have the answers. Or instead of selecting the old resource group, let me just create a new one. We're going to call it tax forms demo RG. Okay, resource name. So this is the name of our form recognizer. So let's say form recognizer tax forms. And location. So you want to choose the region closer to you. Let me just expand to view so you can see better. So it's best to choose the region closest to you. So I'm going to go with Europe. West Europe. And pricing tier. So it has two pricing tiers, free and standard. You can only have one project that is free, so I'm just going to go with standard. Right. So if you version, there's only one option there. Then connect training data. So for Form Organizer to work, you need to have an Azure blog in an Azure instance containing your training data. So like with all things AI, you need your training data and your test data. So you train the model to work on your data, then you test it with an external example or external data. So if we go here, have an Azure blog account here with Ibuna. So here we have Lagos State Taxons for. Let me refresh. Okay, the new container. Yeah, so taxons. So this is where my training data lives. Right, so selecting the subscription and so this will be this. So our storage the Azure form record MSSC, which is the option, and block container. So several containers here and go with tax forms container. So and continue. So review and create, we just create a project. So when the project is done creating, we'll be able to label our data and test it. The whole purpose of this is for us to track extract data tax form. So we're going to test it with just 5 models because that's the minimum required models. Then after training is anywhere in Lagos that fills that tax form will be able to extract the data from his form and we put it into a SQL database or an Excel sheet or run some analysis on it. So
Hello, yes, we can still hear you. We can still hear you. So I do have a question here for you, if that's okay.
Okay, so our document. Okay.
So there is a question here for you, if you're okay to answer the question now.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So the question is, while you gave an example of the Microsoft Recognize example, my question is, can Azure recognize handwriting?
Yes. So most forms that organizations would use, maybe the ones that employees feel or the ones that their customers feel, will usually be handwritten. So Azure OCR service, the recognizer is built on Azure OCR technology. Right? The OCR technology already has handwriting recognition within. So if we supply a handwritten form that was filled by hand, it will still give extra data. So let's say over 90%.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And the next one is not a question, it's just an encouragement to say right on.
to slide down. Okay.
It just says right on, so that's all. So please just says right on. Yeah,
okay, right on. Thank you. So here we have the custom forms in the studio, right? So I've already done some on this sample data. So that's why you see some bounding boxes here. So if we check our blob story, right? You can see. Okay, let's look at this person, Benjamin. So this is a PDF file and also contains labels, a labels file, OCR file. So these are the files recognizer we use to build bounding boxes. So since we are here at this demo, let me just show how this works basically. So the first thing you want to do is to create a label. So a label is basically what you want from the organizer to recognize. So here we have some labels here already. We have first name, middle name, date of birth, occupation, email. So these are what the labels refer to. So let's say the salary wants to know the salary of this person, right? So here we have we have a salary. So we can now add a label for. So call it a field. Call it salary. So since it's actually a numeric value, we can subtype and change that to so that the prediction will be better. So now to label this, we just click on it and it gives us a search form where we can search for salary. Here, okay. So just click once and salary. So now label for this form. it's for the other forms, right? So there are 5 models in our data sets. Sorry, there are 5 training data we're going to use. And 5 training forms. So we're just going to quickly run this for the other forms. So, I mistakenly overrode the date of birth label. So what we're just concerned about is salary label. So we're done with the second form. Do it for the third form. Forgive my poor response time. So here we select the third form at the salary label. So you only have to create the labels once, then you just label, you put the label for the other training data. So for the first one, just this. So just put that here, salary. And finally, for the fifth one, so that's salary. So that's it. That's all we have to do. So now we have 6 labels. 6 labels, and we click train. So we put the model ID. So let's call this tax forms. Yeah. And description. 6 data points for the tax forms. So we train. The training should take 1 to 2 minutes, and the training is basically from recognizing all the key inputs and setting accuracy for them. So if you check, we have good accuracy here. We have 80% for surname, middle name, and the rest are 95%. So this is the new field we added, salary, and we have an accuracy of 95%. So basically, we are done. We are done training. All we need to do now is test the data, right? So the first to test, have your test data, available. Right, so here, directory, I have the test, the train data set. So the test data set is the one that I uploaded to Azure. These forms for exist. Okay, the train data set is what I'm supposed to use first. So I'm using the train data set. So I'm going to just open that. So when needed on the Form Recognizer Studio, you'll be able to click on analyze the data. Okay, that's loaded. We just click on it, and when it loads here, we run the analysis. So if you look at this form, it's just a very basic form that contains first name, last name, middle name, date of birth, occupation, those things that were in the previous forms. Right. So if we now analyze, if we run the analysis, so this is the test data now. So if we want to test how much our model can extract data from our form. Okay. So yeah, so the analysis is complete. So we have the extracted data with the accuracy. So from what I'm saying, it's accurately extracted the data. And yes, it's actually said any minimum wage, so 7 points. Okay, so yeah, so that's the basic thing. You train your data, then you test it on subsequent test data. So now the tax officials in Lagos State can use this model to add data from the forms of the business owners and the workers of the state.
Awesome.
Right? So
awesome. Yeah.
Slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
So while we round up, I do have a question while we round up. So some people have a question in the chat window.
Okay.
So if it's okay, I'll ask you the question and then you can address those as you round up also. Okay. So first question that came in, please, what is the price tier like and how much do we get to process using the student subscription?
So the student subscription gives you $100 worth of credit. Let me see if you can load up this slide. Job for students. The student subscription gives you $100 worth of credit, and $100 worth of credit lasts for a year, right? So if you use your credits wisely, it won't get depleted fast. Too fast. You can actually maybe you want to just test out something. You set it up, and when you're done, you need the resources so that it doesn't get depleted. So you want to start hosting a website with your student subscription, because that would deplete your credits. It's just basically for testing out stuff. And there's another thing you can there's another offering called student ambassador subscription. So if you're a Microsoft student ambassador, Microsoft Learn Ambassador, you get $150 as against $100 to students. So students just $100 for a year, but student ambassadors get dollars each month. So you get a lot of credit that you can use to demo out things and build some stuff. So you can also look into the student ambassador program as a way to get credits and community.
Awesome.
So
awesome. Thanks very much for sharing that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, I think that was very, very good. So that did answer the question. So thanks very much. So yeah, if we round off now and then yes.
Okay, just a few more slides. So here this form recognized used to have robotic process automation. So robotic process automation is basically you automating the manual processes in a system, right? For example, my company manually enters data from documents into structured schema. Third-party companies, or in some cases, hire interns and pay them nothing. Process documents and cost per page. We want to be able to do this, which will reduce our costs, to save money and keep third parties out. You might not want third parties to see your data, right? So another good form recognizer is indexing, search indexes. So you might have lots of documents in your organization, maybe 10 years worth of documents, a very big data set here, and you want to maybe extract that from that data set. So you can set up a form recognizer, and it gives you a way to search through that data. So instead of manually going through the data, you can easily set up search indexes with Azure Cognitive Search that gives you a very easy way to search through your documents, right? And this with applications, which is an example of what we did here for the tax forms, right? So it's basically you using form recorder for your own data, right? So we have the cloud reports, bill of quantities, bill reports, whatever data your company uses, you can analyze, you can extract the data from using form organizer. So my parting message would be look for situations where you have to do with extracting data from documents. And if you find yourself in such a situation, you can always use form recognizer. Then maybe you want to go the extra mile. You could go meet the finance department and ask them and see how they process finances for receipts and emails, and maybe suggest form recognizer to them. And maybe you can use it for a side project or win a hackathon to gain an edge. So if you have any further questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Awesome. That was very, very useful. So let me see. I think that there's one final question in the chat window. What software are we to use to analyze?
Okay.
Is the next question.
Okay, so here I use Form Recognizer Studio. So this is the studio. The studio is Form Recognizer .appliedai.azure.com. Right, so it's basically used by the Azure team to help you run analysis. And this is not the only one available. There's also something called the Sam Development tool. But the Form Recognizer it's a very easy way to do this analysis, and it's all powered by Azure. It's not a desktop application.
Awesome. That's very useful. Thank you very much for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, so that brings us to the end of this amazing session. So that was very, very informative. Thanks very much, Osinachi Chukujama, for sharing your knowledge with us. That was very useful. Yeah, and we have your Twitter information, your GitHub information on the screen. So I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and take a screenshot of that, and then I will extract the text. Let me see if I can. Do you think I can build I can build a solution to quickly extract the text from the screenshots? I'm only kidding.
Yeah,
I'll probably just type it out very quickly in this particular case. But that would have been a fun project. That was very, very useful. Thanks very much for sharing that with us. So I will put your connection details. I'll put it in the chat window also for other people, so they can also follow your social media channels and connect with you online also. So,
thank you.
Awesome. No problems at all. So, ladies and gentlemen, so what we're going to do is that we're going to go for a break. So we're going to go for a 30-minute break. And when we come back from the break, we're going to pick it up from where we stopped. So we have amazing sessions left that we still have to go through. So we have sessions on Microsoft Search using cognitive services and extending it to Power BI dashboard. We have building a machine learning model from Azure SQL database. We have detection of phishing. We have detection of phishing website attack using machine learning algorithms. We have a panel discussion on the future of AI in Africa. You do not want to miss that final session on the future of AI security in Africa. So it's going to be awesome. So go for a break. We'll see you all in about 27 minutes time. Thanks very much.
wizard. The wizard.
now.
Just say
Goodbye. No, so we're trying to reset it.
Let me tell you.
Louisa. wizard. The wizard.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. Hope you all had a nice break. So, what you're currently looking at on your screen is a live feed that's coming from Lagos, Nigeria. So, we have amazing delegates that are attending the event live in Lagos, Nigeria. And actually, I think that we may be looking to speak with one or two of them. So, are you able to hear us over there? Are you able to hear us? So we can see you, we can see the camera feed, but I'm not sure if anyone can hear us. So are you able to hear us? Mr. Shayi, shall I bring you on? One minute. Mr. Shayi, so we're trying to, oh, okay. So I'm not sure if the delegates can hear us. So we can see you, we can see that you're having all kinds of enjoyment over there, but we can't. Hello. We're not sure. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? So I can hear you. Is your mic working? 1 minute. So is your mic working? So we can hear you. We can see you clearly. We can see the live feed, but we cannot hear you at all. If you want to check the microphone, check that it's not muted. So in the stream, if you check that the microphone is not...
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so we can see the live feed that's coming from Lagos, Nigeria. What's the environment like over there?
Well, we are currently in one of our partners center. It's IT. It's in Sulere local government in Lagos, Nigeria. And the company actually, they run IT training. They are specialized educators, and they want to partner with MCT this year, and they are giving us their venue for free to use for any of our activities. So although it's a very small place, but because of the COVID outbreak, it's very superb for any hybrid situation we want to have here.
Awesome. That sounds exciting. And we can also see that we can see all the cakes and all the snacks and all the stuff that you all have on your desk over there. All I have on my desk over here is a cup of water. So are we going to be getting anything?
Yes, don't worry. Next time we do the DHL package to other locations.
Or maybe by then we'll be able to use some form of AI to transport. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to someone there. Okay, yeah. So we can see that we have Mr. Deji there also. So welcome. So we're looking forward. So what?
So how are you doing, David?
Yeah, doing well, man. Doing well. And I can see that you're really enjoying like the goodness of the land. I can see that your cheeks are rosy. Everything is all nice and fine. Nice. So we're looking forward to the next topic. So we know that we're going to be hearing from both of you who are amazing community leaders in the technology space in Nigeria. We're looking to hear from you on sort of like the next topic that we're going to be looking at today. So I'll hand over to you both. And for audience, if you have any questions, please do put your questions in the chat window, and we're going to add them to Mr. Sheyi and Mr. Deji at the end. So over to you for now.
I'm trying to share my desktop right away so that we can just have the very.
No problems at all.
Okay. Share my screen. So can you guys see my screen? Too much of a.
Not yet.
Today we're looking at how we can leverage on the capability using Azure Search. Now, you can see here, it is an MVP.
So just to mention, apologies.
On
Hello? Yeah, we cannot see your screen yet. So we cannot see your screen yet.
Okay.
Your screen yet.
Okay. Let me end the game.
So cannot see it yet. Or maybe if you can send the link to me, I can share it from over here for you. Oh, I think we're having some internet connection issues. Yeah, if you can send me the link, I can probably share it for you here.
I think
So while we're waiting, let's see what we have our audience that are live, what people are saying live also. So we're yet to be able to see your screen, but we can still see like the amazing delegates that have attended. We can see the feed that's coming through from Samuel this time around. So thanks for sharing the view with us, Samuel. And let's go. So while we're waiting for the view to come up, the topic that Mr. Sheyi and Mr. Deji will be talking about, I'll go ahead and present that on the screen. So let's bring that up on the screen. And the topic is on Microsoft Search using cognitive services and extending it to Power BI dashboard. Oh, we can barely hear you. We can barely hear you. So just some network connectivity issues, but we have our audience all sitting down and ready to go. We're just waiting for the the internet connection from our speakers. No feed yet, so let's hang around for a few more minutes and see. So something is going on here. Hello.
Hello, can you hear us, Mr. David?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So quick one. While we're trying to get this fixed, can we work on the interview now?
Oh yes, for sure. Please go ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
So I can see that Samuel said that we're going to be using his own sound for the interview, so that's fine. So yes, please let's hear from some of the delegates that we have in the room, live and direct. So please go ahead with that.
Sorry, what's the name?
My name is Latifa.
Sorry?
My name is Latifa.
Latifa Bello, you're welcome. And how has been the event so far?
It has been really nice. Apart from the low turnout, that the event has been great. From Jaflet session, David's talking about AI and security, and then Sonachi talking about automating our forms instead of doing it manual way, we pay our paper and lifting to itself. So I think it's generally nice.
Oh, now in furtherance, how do you intend pushing up in the AI development skills, introducing it to the neighborhood, bringing in people from communities to evangelizing more of AI? How do you intend going further on that?
I think I've been in that system for a while as a Microsoft Student Ambassador. It's like an obligation on us to push technology. So we've been doing that, organizing events, having build demos, taking courses, promoting Microsoft.
Okay, thank you for coming. Do have a wonderful event so far. So I will be having you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What's the name,
My
please?
name is Amir Mohammed today.
Okay, my question to you is, what do you intend doing with the AI skills, the learning, the I think great practice? How do you apply? How do you want to apply it down into your career, or do you want to switch careers? Can you just?
Yeah, so I am into the field of data analysis, and I've seen they're using it to like power platforms such as Power Automate, Power BI, and the Azure Cognitive Services. I am looking to like get further to those aspects and also take a certification course with them. The resources shared here, I think it's enlightening and to see how far Microsoft has gone with each one of these services.
Oh, wow. So now, what will you say about the cloud technology at large? What do you want to say about it?
Opportunities everywhere.
Opportunities everywhere.
So I think it's the resources are coming out, and it's so good to see that they are come from the beginners right now. So you gaining skills, practicing, and you getting jobs. It's resourceful, very resourceful.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, good afternoon. I have seen your face right in the event, and I see you Now, what's my question is going back to the community. Now, what do you intend preaching out to them? You know, we're having a low turnout, so going back, do you intend teaching them the knowledge you've gotten right here in the AI Bootcamp here? What do you intend teaching them over in the community?
I intend to tell them all I've learned, how they can do so much less code, and tell them about the benefits so that they don't miss out.
Okay. Now, what will you say about Microsoft Cloud Services at large? Do you see future in that?
Yeah, I do. Very big future in it. It's something I would like to do. Yes.
Oh, wow. I do have a wonderful journey in the cloud technology space. I have a wonderful person looking. I see Microsoft outfit. I see the ADC Microsoft. So, excuse me, sir, can I have you with me? Right. What's the name, sir?
My name is Roosevelt Abandi.
Can you?
Roosevelt Abandi.
Well, I see you with the Microsoft Cloud cap. I see the ADC Microsoft, and it seems like 6 tokens with Microsoft. Tell us, how do you come about the Microsoft journey at large so far?
It's the student ambassadorship program by Microsoft. This is part of the SWATs are coming with the African Development Center.
Wow, so you are part of the Students Ambassador. And what has been your contribution to the community? You know, we have a lot of people outside there, and I think they do know more of the Microsoft Cloud services and what they can get from it. So what have you been doing in respect to that, sir?
In respect to that, our goal, me and my team, our goal has been to make awareness to students, not just students, to everybody that is interested in technology. And so far, we hosted about 2 boot camps, and this year we're planning to do more. So it has been a great one with my team.
Wow. Well, what will you say about the Microsoft services? Because I know you are much more familiar. Can you tell us the services of Microsoft Cloud you're familiar with? And
Azure.
Azure.
I use it to host apps,
web apps. Azure. Wow, that's fine. So, have you been training? Have you been able to bring in 1 or 2 people into an Azure knowledge? Have you been able to pass out the more knowledge to people? You're still working on that. Wow.
My focus has been Power Platform.
Oh, the low code, no code. Yes. No, low code, but now is no code. Wow. Okay, so thank you. Can you just, what will you say to Microsoft? Because I can see you are a Microsoft ambassador. All right. Thank you for coming to the event. So I have sorry. Hello. Good afternoon, man. Can you just tell us, just in brief, what you've learned here in the event, the AI Bootcamp?
Okay, yeah, I really enjoyed Jacqueline's session where we taught how to train the classification model.
Okay, and on practice, have you been able to put hand on any?
Yeah, we tried some on the system.
Okay, so, wow, thanks for that. Good afternoon once again. Can you just tell us your experience, right, in the events, what you've been able to get? Have you been able to get more knowledge? And just
this was a very, very wonderful event. I got to learn about so many services and how to use them. And I was actually working on an application, and I was opportune to come for this event, and I saw a solution. I was trying to like transform my application from the process of having them on hard copies to soft copies where you can now analyze them. And coming for this event has actually enlightened me and created a new broad horizon where I can do so many things and inculcate Azure services.
Oh, wow. And I'm stepping out. What do you intend doing with the knowledge derived from the event for today?
For me, this is like a first-hand knowledge, and I don't believe we're communicating with any other person but our developers, our fellow developers who actually can leverage this thing rather than building things up. Because what scares people, what scares people the most about AI is the fact that they have to build their model from scratch. They don't have that knowledge to know that okay, Microsoft offers a training model where you can actually leverage a platform where you can actually leverage training models and implement it directly without having to know in depth about AI.
All right. My last question for you now. Looking further into the Microsoft Cloud technology at large, we see a brighter, much future in it. And Microsoft every year, should I say every year, every time in the year, they come up with different services into the cloud at large. Now, are you intending to switch? Are you looking into career switching to the Microsoft Cloud technology?
I was a Microsoft student ambassador.
Okay.
And Microsoft had given me an opportunity to learn more about their services. And I'm actually a cloud DevOps engineer.
Wow.
And so I'm familiar with Azure and all the services Azure.
Wow.
I was actually streamlined to their services, their infrastructure services. But now, actually, like my mind are actually open to other services which I can incorporate.
Oh, wow. Thank you for coming. Do have a lovely event outing. Now, back to, we have one of our instructor here with us, and his name, I want you to introduce yourself to us, start, sir.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Janet. I'm again excited that you all could join us for this edition. It's actually the first edition after COVID-19. We all had tons of virtual sessions. It's actually, it feels good to be speaking physically with people, seeing people's faces and interacting.
Well, we have seen you in a lot of events across, like say, across Nigeria at large and across Africa. You're growing globally. Can you just tell us your experiences trying to push out or evangelize more of the AI? Can you tell us your experiences with people who are pushing out more knowledge to them?
Okay, so one thing about telling people about for Microsoft's mission is to empower people. And whether you're a Microsoft Incident Ambassador or you're a certified trainer or you are a Microsoft MVP, you get to work alongside this mission. And so everything we get to do as part of Microsoft's ecosystem is naturally to evangelize and talk about all of these amazing technologies and all these solutions. So far, it has been amazing, helping people to help with their problems, when they have issues with technology, helping them get jobs, helping them to get on new career paths. It's that feeling of something everybody should definitely explore. Everybody should definitely try out.
All right, so my last question. During your intro, we discovered you said you are a computer scientist. Now, I want to ask, in the AI cloud skills at large, does it need, is it required for somebody who is coming in newly into the AI knowledge to have the coding experiences or to have this computer knowledge at large? Can you just tell us, is it necessary for new people into the AI to know about coding, know about script writing and programming at large? Can you just tell us if it's possible or necessary?
Okay, so the whole dimension has changed now. If you had asked this question, say 5 years back, I would have said, yes, you need to have knowledge of programming and all that. But technology is moving to, it's being democratized. It's making it possible for people to access it at all times, whether you have knowledge of programming. So this you don't need to understand programming to be able to do it. Everybody can learn about technology, whether they are computer scientists, whether they have knowledge of programming, as long as they are capable to do it, it's fine.
All right, sir. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thanks very much for that, Samuel. Thanks very much for the interviews. Thanks very much to all the delegates for also answering the question. It's amazing to see the talent that's been developed, the talent that everyone brings, that's been nurtured and been developed in a community setting. So great job. Thanks very much for attending. And thanks very much for bringing us into the community also. So I think that we finally have our speakers. We have Mr. Sheyi and Mr. Deji. I believe that we have you now. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah. Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you. And
okay,
also,
so we
we
are
have
doing
your
great
slides.
and we're good to go.
Yeah, okay, awesome. So what we'll do is that I'll just move the slide. So whenever you want to go to the next slide, just say next. I'll move it and I'll just move it for you. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. So Shay, over to you.
So just as I said, what we are trying to do is just to bring in the understanding of trying to have a setup that can be used for search for your local company, and you want to have intelligence embedded in it. So just to introduce ourselves, the next slide is just our introduction. Who am I? And I'm from Lagos, and my name is Oluwase Oluwamiju. I'm a trainer. I'm one of the MVP, and Deji. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, so the next slide. My name is Ayodeji Folarin, a consultant CEO Jari Computer Solution, a Microsoft most valuable professional on data platform, a Microsoft certified trainer, and a BI developer. So, and I've been into training for over 23 years as of now. Okay, the agenda. So today we'll be looking at generally what search is all about. And we have a use case scenario we want to talk about. We are going to discuss that shortly. And we are going to come up with visualizing the screen. So we'll also have lots of demo around the cognitive search and also integrating it with Power BI. So those are the things we'll be looking at the moment.
Okay. So next, no, we
are going straight to our demo
our
section.
Demo section.
So thank you.
Thank you. I'll be launching out the scenario now. Now, the scenario we want to paint here is a company, one of our customers that actually came to us and asked us that they have huge content in terms of document, and they have it in an unstructured way, and they want to be able to have a system in their environment that if any staff need to get any information, they can have that. Secondly, they also want to interface because they are into real estate, and they have several of their real estate building across Nigeria, and they want to be able to create a site, a corporate site that they can easily give to their customer, and their customer can leverage on those sites to get those information. So what we're going to do now, first of all, we need to go, before you can build this, you must have I'm going to share my screen now. I'm going to share my screen, and launch the site. A lot of site here. Okay. Okay, now the first thing we need to do is to actually get an Azure subscription. Now, before you can launch your Azure Search, now Azure Search was the old name that was given to this solution, but now it is called Azure Cognitive Search because of the intelligence that have been added to it. So I need to log in, and you must ensure you have subscription. That means Javed showed us earlier today how to have subscription. You either use the free tier where you just will be giving $200. As a student, I think it's free, but as a corporate company, you need to pay after the first month. Now, this is our Azure environment, and in my environment, I need to create an Azure service. Now, how do I create an Azure service? I go to create a resource. I click on it, then it takes me and navigates me to where I can see several resources I can create. And what I'm looking for is, if I type Azure service, it will give me Azure Cognitive Service and every other service that is there. But my target is to create a cognitive search. Now, once I click on Azure Cognitive Search, then Azure now direct me on how to create this cognitive search. How do I go about it? I'll create on create, and once I click on create, it takes me to where I need to put my details, and that is the basic detail that is required. And I can also scale it in terms of the preference of what kind of data that is going to be imputed in there. Then finally, you need to have the network connection that it needs, and you can tag it for reference for metadata, and you can now create it. So let me just create. You can see my subscription is already picked. Then I have already a resource group called demo resource. Then I need to name my Azure search service. Now the search service I want to call, let me sort class or demo 2. Now you can see here, this is where I can determine the price setting I need. Now, once I click on the price setting, there's another pop-up that comes up. It gives you all the costs for having Azure Search Service. Now you can see the free one, you can see the basic one, you can see the standard. And one thing you need to note here, once you have used the free one, you notice that it can only give you access to the free one once. So I can either take a standard one, but for this demo, let me just try and look at the standard, which I'm going to delete, the basic one rather, instead of, then you select it. Once you select it, the next thing is to review. Let us just take the basic configuration there. It reviews it, it tries to validate it, then hence this is created. You can see validation is in progress. After validation, you now need to create the Azure Search Service. Now validation is correct, it's successful. I create it. After creating your Azure Search Service, the next thing you need to do to ensure that you have your search setting done, you need to go through the setting and configure it. So I have one I've already created. While that is going on, let me just go back to my home. Then I look out for the one I created earlier called Azure Search Demo. You can see it, Azure Search Demo. So once I click on Azure Search Demo, it gives me the same Azure Cognitive Service that was created earlier, just the one I just did. Now you can see the properties here. It tells you the name, the activity that has been done, and the knowledge portal. Now, this knowledge portal or knowledge center is where you can have all detailing in terms of what you need to configure, how Azure Cognitive Search work. You can see from this diagram, you can see how you can connect your data. You can connect your data by having it fully indexed. Once you have indexed it, it cracks the data. Cracking the data is to ensure to bring the detailing out, the information necessary by priority, by what you have already designed the knowledge base to work with. Then you now create the app. App is where users can have access to it. The connection of your data can be done by having your data as an API, REST API. You can push the model by operating what we call using Java or .NET scripting. You can also have it done via your block storage. So let's quickly go to the activity. Now I scroll down, I look out for the activity log, which tells me what have been happening here. Now, this is the search engine. Now, this is where you can import your data, as I said earlier, from the knowledge center. Now, importing your data, you have several ways, several data sources that can come in to any Azure Cognitive Search. One of them is the one that is sampled by Microsoft, which we are using for this demo.
So in addition to that, most organizations at the moment, they have different database they keep in the organization. And some of the database, they sit on Azure SQL Server, some sit on Cosmos DB, some on Azure Blob, some on your data lake, regardless where you have your data stored. At this point, you can connect your cognitive search to that database so that it can have what we call an intelligent search on the entire database. But for the sake of this demo, and for anybody that wants to join us, you can select the sample data so that you can use that. When you select the sample data, it comes with two sample data from Microsoft. One of them is for real estate, and the other one is for hotel. So it's a sample database that you can quickly set up for the purpose of this training. So we just created one search. Let's use that one so that we can set up the one we just provisioned. So let's create one of these under the one we just provisioned so you can see a way to get this search up and running.
The one you created, is it the real estate?
No. You just created the search now.
Okay. The search.
Yeah, so let's see if that search with provision is up and running. I think we call it demo something.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, good. So now this demo 2 that we just provision, let's just continue work with this. So at this point, we want to import the sample data that we discussed earlier. And so select your sample data. We are working with hotel sample. The next thing is to get the hotel sample data imported into the cognitive search. That is all.
So you can also add cognitive skill. Cognitive skill is more like trying to put some intelligence into it in terms of targeting probably specific people, specific hotel size, specific bedding. So the cognitive service will help you to drill out those important information. Now, this is optional also. Just as you said, I can just add this just to show us for this demo. Once you click on it, it shows you that this is all the cognitive skill you can add in order to crack the content. You can add cognitive services if you want. You can add any attachment or enrichment that you want for your hotel search. One, you can be to extract people's name. Some of them can be to extract language, to detect language. Maybe you have various people coming into your search environment, your hotel environment. Some of them can be French, some of them can be Dutch, and you want them to be able to search according to the language specified by them. You can add all this in order to have that. But we're going to skip this one so that we can finally connect to data, Deji.
Okay, so at this point, once you've been able to connect to your database, then you need to complete go ahead, skip it. So after we've skipped, so the next thing, our database will be provisioned. And once we have it provisioned, then we customize the target index and also create the indexer. That is all. But we'll leave everything on default because of time. Let's just go on. Good. So finally, let's submit. Great. So at this point, we've been able to create a cognitive service and connected it to our corporate database, and this is ready to go live. People can start using it immediately. And once they start using this tool, as a stakeholder, as an analyst, I want to have a view, insight into what are people looking for? Why are they looking for this particular thing at this time of the year? And so many in-depth, so many insights that I need to come up with. So to be able to do all this type of insights, so I need to now connect whatever I've done here into a what we call a monitoring device. That's our log analytics. So from there, I can now lift up the whole detail on a Power BI screen. So let's quickly get this done and close this up with a dashboard.
Okay, before that, you can see we can even search the data, the content we have already mapped into it, connect to it before we take it to the dashboard. You can see when you click search, it brings it. If you are used to development, JSON language, it brings all those details where you can see the link and the details of the hotel per language. This is just to show you that this search is working and the data is so let's go back and let's connect it as Deji said.
Let's explore. Let's get an HTML.
Okay, we can also get an HTML interface on Azure portal itself. We are going to create the one that we can send to our customer. This is how you can get on Azure portal. Now let's create one. You go to the indexes, then you click on it, on the index link. You now see create custom demo application. Now this is a link that himself create for you so that you can send it to your customer to have an HTML version of your search engine. So let's one now. Create the demo. Create an HTML file that you can edit.
Great.
So you can create the demo app now. You download it. Once it's, you can actually launch it. You can see it's downloading. This is the file. This is the file itself. I can also search as a web app. You can see your file. It tells you the hotel, the detail, and because we didn't do any setting, in a more refined environment, we set the side view, we set the image, and we make all that relevant.
So let me make the hotel name, the title, the description of the hotel as my description. Let me create it again. Let me create this. Let me have another one so that this can be, this is the recent one, right?
Yeah.
So let's open up this and let's just do one or two search. This is a database that the company is using. Now I am interacting with the database. There are about 50 transactions. Now it's telling me, oh, these are all what you can see in the database. Now, presently, as I'm looking at this, I'm looking for something that has to do with, do you have any hotel with Wi-Fi? Let me just type Wi-Fi and click on search at this moment. This quickly run through the entire database. These are all the hotel, 19 out of 50 are the hotel that has Wi-Fi. So this is a wonderful search. I can even go through the category. I want luxury hotel. It will go further to filter. And this is helping me. Imagine having a database with millions of transactions. I can quickly interact with intelligence. Just type any word, structure or unstructured database, I can get this done. But the other part of the story that is very, very challenging, as the owner of the organization, I'm interested. What are people looking for? What are they searching for? From which area? And at what time of the year? And so many other questions. To be able to do this, I need to connect what we call the log analytics to all this side that is going on behind and connect it to Power BI to surface this on the screen. I hope time will permit me to quickly do that. So Shay, are we good?
Yeah, so we now need to go to the service and ensure we go into the monitoring. Now on the monitoring, you see at metrics. Now let's look at diagnostic setting. Now this setting is where we try to point our log to a specific location, either into a block storage or a storage account, or we have what we call a log analytics use from its own Power BI to look at. As the company wants to make sure specific in terms of what they want to do. What are the logs? Now we have logs, all the metrics. Then where do we want to destine this? But before you do that, you must have a demo metric. Don't mind me. Demo metric. Okay. Now, for this particular one, do you want to archive to a storage account? You can do. Now, you need to have here, or do you want to as a log? You can see analytic workspace, which is because we're trying to look at it on a dashboard. So let's use that and have that saved, and we are ready for Deji. So there's something they need for him to connect to Power BI.
Now, from Power BI, you just need two major things from Azure Cognitive Search. Because remember that all this log is actually archived in a particular database. That's a workspace. All I need from Sheyi now, can you give me the key and the name of that workspace, or the name of the data storage? So please, Sheyi, give me those two information and let information can surface on the screen. So great, this is done. So let's go to this particular storage you create. The storage is not within the demo. Go back to all your. You pick a name just now. Sorry, monitoring. I want to see the name of that storage. So you use a name. The name is all I need with the access key. If I can get the name and the access key. Let me go to the. Oh, okay. That's beautiful. Okay. Diagnostic. Setting. Have you provisioned this? This is still blank. You've just done one. Let's see the one you've just done. I want to see the name. The demo 2. Good. So monitoring, diagnostic. So let's see what you have there. This is okay. Click on it. So I want to see the name, the storage. No. So what is the name of that storage again? Okay, workspace is class demo 2022. Please, where is that class demo 2022? I need the workspace ID. Yeah. And also unnecessary connection key. That is all. Yeah. So let's quickly get this done. I'm going straight to my Power BI. Now, from Power BI, it's not actually a rocket science. It's just a click arrangement. Now, what will I do? I will just click on get data. When you click on get data, let Power BI know that the data you are grabbing is coming from a service. Click on get. When you click on get, just mention the name of the service. The service here is Azure Search. So let me see, is there anything on Azure Search? Come on, this is loading. There is nothing like Azure Search. Okay. Oh, I can see Azure Cognitive Search. No wonder. So let me click on Azure Cognitive Search. Now at this point, this is all is ready made. I will just say get it now. When you say get it, it needs some detail from me. So let me just put Sheyi Deji as my name, my email. Let me just put the same email here. We are from Nigeria. I think Sheyi, you should be from Nigeria if I'm not making a mistake. 23480 230 That is my number, and get connected. That is all I need to do. So at this point, is ready to build a complete dashboard without writing a single line of code. And it will need two parameters from me. As long as I can provide those two parameters, I am good to go. So now, because I've already done it, it's telling me, do you want to do another one, or you want to update the one that is existing? So instead of building another one, why not just update this and get up and running? So that is all. When you click on this, it's going to open up the dashboard for me. So it's installing it. It will complete all the process, and the next thing is my app is ready within few seconds. I can see that is my app. So this is what the result will look like. It's telling me as at today, how many search have they done? 362, and the total search is 694. So within the last 30 days, what have they done? And what are they looking for? They are looking for cats and cats, but it's not available on my search. Wow, that is zero result search. And these are some of the things people have searched for. And people search more for this, followed by this, and I can see them in the hierarchy, and also I can see them on a word report, and so on. I can go into the indexing, it will give me the report. I can go into the operation, it will give me the report. I can go into the metrics, it will pull up the report. But all these things I'm seeing here, mind you, if you look at the yellow bar here, it's telling me you are viewing this app with sample data. I want to connect to the real data that I use. At this point, I will provision the name of the account storage that we use, and I want to know how many days log am I interested in. Just give me 10 days log. Just give me, it depends on the organization. And once I'm done, I will click on next. If I click on next, the next thing is the key. If it's not the key, if it's free, I can gain access if it's public, or if I want to authenticate myself, which this one will ask for my username and password to get in, but I told him to generate a key for me. So I'm going to drop the key that was generated. I hope I still have the key here. Let me send it to you. Okay, Sheyi, please, if you can send me the key, I will appreciate. I have to wait so it's also it's okay. So I'll send the key there. Just look at for me. Where is she? Okay. So let me grab the key from here. So waiting for the key to drop. Oh, great. That's the key. I'll copy this key, Control C, and drop the key there. Come on, where are thou? So I need to do this again. Great. So at this point, connect. That is all. So what we have done, as the customer, the client, the staff, they start searching, then I will get the true picture. This is a sample data. So within few seconds, this data will disappear, and what will be shown on the screen is the real result of our search. So thank you. So please, if there's any question, let's ask question as we allow this screen to render. So, David, is there any question for us, please?
Hello, awesome. Thanks very much for that. That was very, very useful and informative. So I can't see any question in the chat window at the moment. So I mean, like the initial question that if I should ask one that comes to my mind would be, this seems like something that's really achievable and something that's really doable for many organizations and to use. To what extent do you think people can really customize this if they wanted to customize this, like maybe for different use cases?
Well, so majorly in the organization at the moment, there is no limit to the way they want to customize it. Remember what she said earlier, either your database is structured or unstructured. The data can even be in newspaper, it can be in PDF, it can be in picture. The cognitive search is so powerful that if you have all this in your data lake, it can run through all the content from a picture into the into the real structured database, to PDF document, to newspaper that is being scanned and uploaded, and it can pick up those details. As it can also connect this to the web search engine you have out there and give you more detail about whatever you want to do. So there is no limit. This is just basic customization, and what it's even doing is awesome. Now, how much more expand it to do much more with the help of AI and so many other things. So there's no limit to the customization. You can always do whatsoever you want to do is scalable.
In addition to what they just said, one other thing that is very important when you are trying to customize is to look at your pricing chart, ensure that you get, because performance also is related to how much you are paying. Now, if you are paying for free, we can only give you 3 form of index. If you are paying for standard, can give you 20. Exactly. Or if you want performance and you want efficiency, then you go for higher type that is determined by the content you have. Now, the data can flow in from even your Azure database, from your SQL server, from your Cosmos DB. And if you know what a Cosmos DB is a database that is running on your cloud environment, and which is very huge. Now, it can also run on your block storage. Block storage where you can customize any kind of what? Data, whether it is structure or unstructured. Now, this makes us to leverage on anything, PDF, document, images, picture, visual diagram, anything that you have on the field, and you want your people to have an intelligent ability to have it, you can use all this.
Awesome. This is powerful. This is so powerful. Thanks very much for sharing the information with us. So I can't see any new questions in the chat window. So I think that we'll head into a break now. So thanks very much again. That was amazing. Really appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us. So we'll go for a break. We'll probably take maybe like about 3, no problems at all, about 3 minutes or 4 minutes break. So when we come back from the break, we're going to go to the next session. And Mr. Sheyi, if I'm correct, the next session is with Mr. Paul Barnabas, right?
Yes, Paul Barnabas. Yes.
Paul Barnabas, yeah. So Paul Barnabas will be taking us through building an Azure machine learning model. So we'll see you in about 4 minutes. So 4 minutes of break, and so we'll be able to finish on time. So see you in 4 minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome back to the Global AI Bootcamp 2022 from Lagos, Nigeria. So we have the next session, which will be on building a machine learning model from Azure SQL database. And the speaker is none other than Paul Barnabas. So Paul Barnabas will be a speaker for the next session. So, do we have Paul Barnabas online? Hello? Hello, do we have Mr. Paul Barnabas online? Do we have you there with us? I'm not sure if anyone is there. Mr. Sheyi Jafflet, is Mr. Paul Barnabas there with you? Okay, so I can't see Paul Barnabas backstage. So 1 minute. So let's see what we're going to do here. Okay, so just trying to see where we've got like the next speaker. Okay, so we just give us like a few minutes to sort this out. Just give us a few minutes to sort this out to make sure that we'll have a speaker live backstage connecting. So I'll go to the music in a few minutes, and then hopefully we'll have a speaker by then. So apologies for that. Okay, hello. I think that we have Mr. Paul Barnabas here. Hello, Mr. Paul. How are you doing? Are you able to hear me?
I'm doing fine. Good afternoon. I'm doing fine. Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thanks very much for joining us.
Yes.
So okay. I think that we can get right into your session, but apologies.
Can you confirm if you can see my screen?
So let me go ahead and bring up your screen. Let me go ahead and bring that up now. Yeah. So we can see your screen now. Yes. Yeah. So apologies, Mr. Paul, just to mention, we may have to cut your session just a little bit short because of time. There's been like some delays and stuff like that. So we just need to make sure that we adjust the timing. So would that be okay? I'm not sure if Mr. Paul can hear me. Mr. Paul, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, Mr. Paul, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, 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 can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? So I think I can hear you, but you cannot hear me. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I was saying hello for a long time. Sorry. So I think that maybe something. Can you hear me? You can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. So what I was
Yes.
saying was that apologies, we'll have to cut your time short because
Okay.
we're very low on time at the moment. So, but I'll go ahead and I'll hand over to you to introduce yourself to the
Okay.
audience and then to
Okay.
go ahead with your session.
No problem. That's fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thanks. So over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Paul Barnabas. Just to give you a brief introduction about myself, I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I like to train and to teach about data AI. I currently work with an FMCG here in Nigeria as the head of data management and business intelligence. For this particular program, I will be talking about how to build an Azure machine learning model from an Azure SQL database. Right. So what we have before us, as you can see my screen, is the data set that we'll be using. So on the right-hand side, I have a data set that is based off the information gotten from Titanic, right? So based on the events that happened, I have this data set that contains the information about the passengers' numbers, their survival rates, the class they belong to, the name, the sex, the age, and so on and so forth. I have just beside it, the description or the dictionary of each one of these columns, right? So I have the number of siblings, the number of parents, the ticket number, the passenger fare, the cabin number, and the port of embarkation. So what we want to try and do in this session is basically see how we can get this data set into an Azure SQL database, right? The moment that is done, we would go to Azure Machine Learning Studio and we will try and set up two data sets, one based on the data that we are going to use to train the model and one that we're going to use to test the model. And then what we will do is to create a model of these two data sets that will be trained. So let's get busy. Okay. So as I said, I'm going to log into Azure, right? Into my Azure portal. So when I log into Azure portal, I would not have to go through the rudimentary steps because of our time, but I'll simply show you what I've done. So basically, I set up more like a resource called. So let me go to all of my resources, my resource group, and I have one for machine learning. So this is it called PB machine learning. So inside this particular resource, right, I have created a workspace, a machine learning workspace. So this is the workspace. So I can click on this button, it then launches the Azure Machine Learning Studio. So, but one thing I'm going to try and also show you here is that within this particular workspace, right, I also have a storage account. And in my storage account, I'm going to import the data that I'm going to insert into my database. So as I explained to you that we have the data sets existing in an Excel file or a CSV file, and I'm going to try and import that data into tables in Azure SQL database, right? So I go to containers. So within these containers, right, I have a folder called Azure ML, right? So I'm going to try and upload the data into this particular folder. So I click on upload, and I'm going to try and locate where I have those files saved on my machine, on my local machine. So I have them here. So I'm going to click on tests, and I'm going to try and upload. Yes, I want to overwrite it, upload. Then I'm going to do for the train. So I click on that, overwrite, upload. So fantastic. I've been able to upload this data into a storage in Azure. So I can always reference these files existing somewhere in my storage account, right, in Azure, for moving the data, right, from that particular storage account or storage location to the table. So the next place I'm going to go is my Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory. So you can easily locate that by just simply typing here, say data factory. And then when you click on that, it's going to try and load this page, a page. You might probably have to create, a project for that. So I already have a project created. I'm just going to try here and launch my studio, my Data Factory studio. So I already have a page of that opened here. So I go to, so basically when you log in here, you'll be logged into the home page. So let me expand this to show you a bit of what we have here in these options. So under authors, right, I can see I have a dashboard where I can do a number of transformation. So I have a list of left-hand side. So I already have an activity, and this activity is to copy data. So what I'm going to do here is just to show you how I created the activity or modified the activity. So I named it Titanic Data Migration, and I created the sources. So I'm going to open this to show you how I was able to set that up. So I was able to set up a linked service. On this linked service, I connected to my workspace and located where the file is. So I have service to that particular workspace that is holding, okay, that's holding the data, right? I was able to do that, and as I can test, you can see the connection is successful. So I'm good with that. So after creating a connection, a linked service to where my workspace, I can now go ahead and select the file. So the file here is called test. So I selected my text CSV file, right? And I also ticked first role as header, because looking at the file, I want to be able to ensure that it makes the first role as header, and every other thing will be in the body of the of the data set. Okay, and these are the different data types of that particular file. Okay, that's fine. So the next thing is to go to the column sync. So this is where will be the destination of this data. So I also was able to set up, all right, a linked service to my SQL environment. So before I go about showing you this, let me just show you briefly how I was able to set up, my SQL database, right? So I have a resource called PB databases. You can always create one. So I already created these, and I have a server created, right? So I'm making use of this server. So within this server, you can always go ahead and click create database. So when you create a database within a server, you put in the necessary informations such as the subscription, the resource group, the name of the database, right? Then you select the compute and storage. The moment you are through, you can click create, review, and create. But because of our time, I'm not going to set that up. I already have one created. So I'm going to try and locate that. So when I go to SQL databases under settings, right, I can see my database. So I can try and connect to my database with the use of the query editor, right? So I put in my password and I log in. So I can see the list of all the tables I have. Yes, right. I can see the list of tables that I have. So let me just run my script. So let me just okay, so I'm going to run this to delete those tables. That's fine. So when I refresh, I see I don't have those tables. The tables I actually want to use, I will create them now. So I already have a script that I'll use to create the table of the data set that I want to import. So as we discussed, we have a table for the trained data set. We have a table for the test data set. So I already created a schema. The name of the schema is called model. That's what you can see here. It's already existing in the table, right? So I'm just going to run this script to create the table called train. Yes, reference and database. Okay. Okay, so I need to create the model one more time. That's fine. So on check that. Okay, that's fine. So I create this, I create the table, that's fine. Then I go ahead and create the second table and it was successful. So that's fine. So by the time we go back to our query editor in Azure, right, I can refresh and then I can see, okay, so what's going on here? Just a moment. Okay, this is in, so I was using a wrong database before, right? So I needed to create this in the Titanic database, right? So I believe this should be fine. Yes, it's already created. So I go ahead and create this. That's fine. I run this also, and I create the second table, and this is fine. I can always confirm that here also to see if my tables were fully created. Okay, so I go to databases, Titanic, under the tables, I can see model test, model train. That's fantastic. So we have that fully set up and we can refresh here and we can see that the tables are created, right? I can easily select from them just to confirm that they are empty. And as we can see under results, we don't have any records in them. So going back to my Azure Data Factory, I have been able to create a linked service to my database, and the database is called Titanic, right? I've tested the connection. Connection is fine, right? So at this point, so I can see the schema, okay, that's fine. So this is my destination. I can then go on to the next tab called mapping. And here I try and import my schemas. So what I'll be seeing here will be what I have in my source and what I have in my destination. And it's doing a one-to-one mapping, which is fine, right? So with this, I can save. I can save. And the moment I save, I can debug. So what it's going to try and do is to run the activity of copying the data I have in my Excel file into my database. Okay, so in the data should be fully copied, successful, awesome. So we've done that for our test data. Now we need to do for our train data. I already have the connection created, right? I already have that. So let me preview my data just to confirm, yes. So this is fine. This is fine. So I need to go to sync and I need to change this. So I open this and I'm inserting that into my model.train table, right? So it's empty, the table is empty. That's fine. I save this. So I can see that my source is coming from my train data to my train table in the database. Okay, that's fantastic. So I'm going to save my activity. I'm going to validate it. That's fine. And then I'm going to debug. So what this is doing is trying to get the data from the data set for the train, right? And then copy that information into the model.train table in the database. Okay. Okay. So this failed. Let's see what went wrong. So I'm just going to go back to this point. I'm going to refresh. So train. Okay. The schema is fine. Okay, I think it's referencing a wrong one, let me look at what I have here. Just a moment. Okay, let's confirm the schema. Import schema. Okay, this is fine. So let me save this. Go back to these and let me also go to mapping. Okay, so let me go to my source and validate that everything is fine on this end. Okay, file path, sync, none. Okay, yes. So I'll import my schemas. Okay, so it's trying to show me, okay, the mapping. So I have a one-to-one mapping from my source to my destination table, right? Okay, so I'm going to save this. Then I'm going to try and debug it. Okay, successful. So I've been able to do the importation of all my data, the one for the test and for the train, into my SQL database. So let's confirm that we actually did that. So right, so I'm going to come to my second tab and I have my tables here, right? So I'm going to query for my test. Yes, and I can see I have data. So I've successfully imported from my CSV file to this table for test. For train also, I'm going to try and query that, run my scripts, and I can see the information here. So we've been able to move our file into a table in database. The next thing is to go to Azure Machine Learning Studio and try and create our data sets, right? And also build a model. Okay. So you can always access this by either coming from here, searching for Machine Learning Studio within Azure. You click on it. So I already have a workspace that, as I told you, I already created. So within that workspace, I can also click on this button to launch the studio. So when you launch the studio, it should be greeted with an interface that looks like this. Okay. So the next thing is to go to data sets. So I want to try and import the data set I already created, right, from the table I have in SQL. So I'll click on create data set from a data store, right? So this one I'm going to call train data set. Okay, the type is tabular, right? So I'm going to go to the next step. So here at this point, I'm going to try and create the data store. So this is a source, like a source where I want to import the data from, right? So there are different options available here, right? So I already had one set up, but just for the sake of us knowing how to create it, I'm going to create a new data store, right? So this is going to be DB. Okay, so it's a database. Okay, so it doesn't want capital letters, so I stick with small letters. So the source, data source type, is an SQL database, right? I'm going to use my Azure subscription. So here it's asking me to select the database, and the database is Titanic, right? So all these are fine. Here I'm going to put in my credentials. So let me locate that. So let me just go to databases. Okay. So I try to connect. So this is my login. So I put in my login here. I'm using an SQL authentication. I put in my password, right? Then I'm going to create the data store. Okay, so I've been able to set up my data store. So this is what's going to create a connection between my Azure Machine Learning Studio environment and my SQL database. So I'm just simply going to query the table where I have my data. So I can easily come log in here, not to spend too much time, and simply just generate the script. So I want to select from here and select from here. So I copy this script, I go back here. So I'm creating for my train, right? So I hope I have that selected. So copy these and I paste this here. So I don't need this. I just needed to select all of the rows within that table. Okay, that's fine. Then I go next, I should be able to see the data in that table. Okay, so I can see the data, right? So these are the data sitting in the SQL database. So for this particular model I want to build, I do not want this column of survived. My data passenger ID, yes, I want it to be an integer. This to be an integer, right? Age also to be an integer, and every other thing is fine. So I go to next, right? Then I click on create. So it creates the data set for my train, right? So I'm just quickly going to set up the one for test. Okay, so I call this PV test data set, also tabular. So I'm just going to run through this. I already created a data store, so I can select the one I created, which is the PB Titanic database, right? I can copy my scripts for the test from here and make use of it here. Okay, so it's going to select all the rows I have within that table or within that database. Okay, so I can view the informations I have from that table. I go to next. So passenger, all these are within scope. So I need all of the columns here, but I'm going to change the type. So this is an integer, this is an integer, this is string, is an integer, and I leave all the other ones. Okay, then I create. So I think I'm running out of time. So the next thing I'm going to show us is just simply how to make use of automated ML to create a binary classification model. Okay, so I'm going to select my data set. So my train data set is what I'm going to select to start the creation of my model and my experiment. So It's asking me, am I using an existing experiment, right? So that not to waste too much time here, I'll use an existing one. So I want it to be based off the sex colon, right? So it's asking for the compute type. I already created a compute instance, right? So I'm making use of that compute instance. Okay, so I think it's currently running a job. So let me create a new one. So let me try and stop the job I'm currently running so that I can take you through the activity. So experiment, I have this currently running. Let me try and cancel this. Okay. So I should have that available for me to use, right? I should have that available for me to use. When I go to my automated ML, I create on these. As I said, I'm selecting my train data set. I'm going to my next, right? Using an existing one. This should be based on sex, compute instance. This is still grayed out, still grayed out. Okay, so let me quickly create a compute instance, a quick one, so that I don't waste time. So I can just, so the compute instance simply is an environment that it's going to be used like a compute and storage environment that's going to be used for processing the machine learning models, right? So, okay, white syrup CPU, yes. Okay, so I'm just going to stick with this. I'm going to stick with this selection and create. So what this will do is I'm creating a virtual machine that is going to be based on CPU. So there are different types of machines we can have, either a CPU based or a GPU based machine, right? That would be used for computing or for being able to compile that model for what we want to try and achieve. So it's going to take a bit of seconds to create that. But basically, we've seen how we've been able to get data from an Excel file into a table in SQL database, set up those connections or those data sets to the tables that exist in an SQL database. And with the use of either with the use of right? With the use of an automated ML functionality or with the designer or with a Python script or R script, you can go ahead and leverage on the data sets, right, to achieve whatever it is you want to achieve. So I'll be rounding off my session at this point because of time. Thank you very much for having me and keep enjoying the other sessions.
Yeah, thanks very, very much for that, Mr. Paul Barnabas. That was amazing. That was really, really amazing to just see like how you took the data, just all the way from just raw data sets, loaded that into a SQL database, and then injecting those using data factory, and then using that sort of like in your machine learning model. That's like really, really interesting. And I just like the way it shows off like the end-to-end process and the end-to-end way of things. So I guess my question will just be, if people want to connect with you offline, maybe just to have more conversation on this sort of topics, do you have any social media handle that they can use?
Yes, so I just search for Ask Paul Barnabas. So ask.
Yeah, I'll put that in the chat window also.
Ask for Barnabas.
Ask for
Right?
Barnabas.
Yes, Ask for Barnabas. So this is a consistent username on Instagram, on Twitter, and on LinkedIn. So if you search for these Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter, yeah, you can always reach out to me. You can connect with me on those platforms. Ask for Barnabas.
Awesome, awesome.
Yes.
Thanks very much for that.
It's
really appreciate it. Yeah,
yes.
Amazing topic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to round up now. So we're going to go for a 5-minute break. And when we come back from the break, we have an amazing panel that's ready to deliver the final session. So we're going to have a panel session, and the panel session will be looking at the future of AI in Africa, the future of AI in Africa. So we're going to kickstart that in about 5 minutes. So see you all in about 5 minutes. Have a short break. We'll see you in about 5 minutes with the final session panel for today. Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome back from break. So we have the final session for today. So it's been amazing all through. Thanks very much for sticking with us. So final session for today, we're going to be looking at the future of AI in Africa. But first of all, let's go ahead and introduce our moderators and also our panelists for today. So let's start. First, let's go ahead and bring this up. So let's start first by introducing one of our key moderators, Olana. So let's go ahead and bring Olana online. Hello, Olana. Hi, how are you doing today? So we can't hear you. We can see that you're saying something interesting, but we can't hear.
Hi, David.
Hi, David. Hello, hi. Thanks very much for joining us today, and thanks very much for moderating this panel discussion.
How
So,
are you doing?
Olana, do you want to go ahead? Yeah, doing very good. Thanks. And you? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm great. I've been good. It's been a while.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been just trying to rest and relax a little bit before getting into it in the new year. But it seems as if we're not holding on at all. We're just going for it this year.
There's no rest.
Yeah. So, Olana, do you want to introduce yourself so that the audience can be familiar with who you are, your background, and also sort of like what you're going to be doing today?
Okay, today I am moderating this panel about a very interesting topic, the future of AI in Africa. This is something that is supposed to concern because it affects all of us in the different businesses. David, I don't know. I'm that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is indeed from my hand. So let me go ahead and stop my screen share, and I'll share my screen again. But this time around, I'll share. So that usually happens when I share my screen with the audio. Yeah, then that happens. But then if I take away the audio, then that goes away. So let me go ahead and share it this time around without the audio. Awesome. So that should be better now.
All right, great. So I am also an MCT, just like most of our speakers. I actually derive a lot of joy from teaching, knowledge sharing, and the little I know, I try to, push it out there to bring more people on board. When I'm not doing that, I work at Rugby. I manage our data management and analytics team. So we do a lot of data. We do a lot of crunching of data. We build business insights. We manage enterprise data estates generally within the team across different verticals, I must also add. And also, like I mentioned earlier, today I am here to moderate this wonderful session filled with wonderful panel. Cannot wait to meet them all and to get into it.
Yeah, awesome. So let's go ahead and introduce our panelists today. So first we've got, let's go ahead and bring up the slide. First we've got Dawuda Idrisu. So let's go ahead and bring Dawuda online. Do we have Dawuda there? Let's see. I saw him just now and then it just disappeared now. Where are you? Okay, it's gone for now. So we'll go ahead and bring him online when we can see him. So next we have Ajiri Gurun. So let me go ahead and bring Ajiri. Hello, Ajiri. How are you doing?
Hello. Fine.
Hi.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, good. Hello. Good evening. Good afternoon. So Ajiri, do you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself to the audience?
Okay, so I'm Ajiri Gon, a software engineer. I specialize in building cross-platform software with cross-platform tools. I'm also a game developer. I also do some back-end programming, and so I'm also part of the Microsoft Azure Ambassador program. I just completed my degree in electrical electronics engineering. And so that's basically what I'm about for now. Yeah. And it's a real pleasure to be here discussing the future of AI with distinguished colleagues.
Awesome, man. Glad to have you. Glad to have you with us and with us today. Really looking forward to the conversation. So I think that we have Joshua up next. I think Joshua, can you hear us? Hello, Joshua. I can see that you're here, but we can't hear you in case you can hear us.
Hello.
Hello, Joshua. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and just quickly introduce yourself before we introduce our final panelist, and then we can get started?
All right, my name is Josh. I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft, and also a former Microsoft Land Student Ambassador, and I'm excited to be part of today's panelist discussing the future of AI. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks very much for that. And last but not the least, we've got Mr. Moses Olafenwa. Hello, Mr. Moses. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. And by the way, let me just go ahead and we can hear you. And let me see. For some reason, I can't see you, but I can hear your voice.
Good.
Yeah, I can see you now.
Right.
Better. Yeah.
All right. Good. Yes, my name is Mozala Fenwa. I'm a software engineer and I'm into computer vision and artificial intelligence. I own and manage a company called Equest AI, which is an artificial intelligence company. As we also, I'm a software engineer at Babylon Healthcare, which is a UK company that's building digital healthcare applications. So yeah.
Awesome.
Nice to meet everyone.
Yeah, nice to meet you also. So I think that we have our final panelist also on the line now. We have Dawuda. So hello, Dawuda, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm doing well, and I'm pleased to meet all of you.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, and then I'll hand you over to the capable hands of our moderator to go ahead. So Dawuda, if you introduce yourself, and then we can get started.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Dawood Idris, and I'm from Ghana, a former Microsoft Student Learn Ambassador and an MVP. I currently work for a company here called Bizomani, and we are into fintech. My current role, is Chief Technology Officer, and that's it sucks because I don't get to do the fun part of the code, But yeah, that's what I do, yeah. And yeah, so that's basically, me, and being an AI MVP, I'm just, honored to be on this, particular call to discuss, with all the panelists. Yeah.
Awesome. So over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, David. So I know we are almost out of time. So in as much as we want to have this real quick, right, we are still going to take our time to answer some of the questions that we have from our spectators out there. And please, for all of our attendees, if you have any questions for our panelists, please just drop it in the chat and we'll have them answer it. Great, so let's get into it. So I am excited to meet all of us from Dawuda, Moses, Joshua, and Ajiri. Thank you so much for taking out the time to be here. So firstly, we're talking about AI. I mean, this is an artificial intelligence bootcamp. So everything we're going to be talking about is around AI. So there are a lot of enabling technologies out there. You talk about cybersecurity, big data analytics, blockchain, and the list goes on and on. So I think our first question would be for Dauda. What do you believe to be the key enabling technologies that will drive Africa's digital economy? So I've mentioned a few, but there are tons of them out there, just to give us a bit of focus.
Amazing. Yeah, just like you mentioned, there are a ton of them. What we see actually is AI, that is artificial intelligence, and like someone defines AI being a key enabler to African's economy, or generally to boost many of the industries in Africa. Being AI is that some people define AI as a kind of thing that makes machine act rationally, right, and make intelligent decisions. This is how people actually in simple words define AI, and that is quite true. You cannot do. I think in some of my previous talk, I talk about AI as in comparing the natural intelligence with an artificial intelligence in this particular case. And with Africa, we are actually growing so rapidly, right? In terms of our population, and we are the second largest, population in the world. And given the median age being about 19 years, it just gives us a great leverage that we would be able to do more, if we leverage, our strengths on artificial intelligence. We've already seen some use cases of it around, for example, some people, leveraging AI in terms of agriculture, right? To boost and then predict, whether their fruit is actually going to make something better of, or whether they are going to lose more within, that particular annual season. So there's a lot of, benefits when it comes to, AI. And as we sit right now, there's no better thing to, enable, Africa in terms of economy than AI.
Okay, thank you so much. So one thing that you mentioned, I'm trying to take a bit of note, is that machines act rationally,
yeah.
Right? So there are instances whereby this decision taken by this machine are seen as irrational by humans, right? At that point, who gets to be held responsible for that action that is culpable? Who do we hold responsible? Do we hold the machine responsible? Do we hold the human that designed the machine? Do we hold the owner responsible for that action that we have found culpable?
Yes, I think mostly I see a bit of my colleague would be addressing this, moving forward in this particular panel discussion per the arrangement. But yeah, that is where you begin to talk about maybe AI biases. Let's just say something very interesting that you need to understand over here. So someone made an example and said that, when you go to Google and then, in your Google search and you type a beautiful baby, the result that is shown to you is what the artificial intelligence has predicted, right? And it says that the baby that would be shown to you would be quote unquote kind of colored and fair, right? And the baby being fair means that is it. Like that is what the algorithm written, right, by the engineers building on top of AI has programmed it to be. And as at that table, when that particular algorithm was being developed, you and I were in there, our dark faces were in there. So it's not captured as one of the beautiful babies, right? And if you ask the question, who should we hold responsible? And that is why, we need to be having some of this discussion here that we are having today, so that it opens up the door for, Africa to participate in making sure that, we are also on the table, we are making the decision, because AI is basically leveraging over, data, to make all this particular analysis that are happening and then giving very good results. So in this case, I know some of my, panelists may answer it better when it comes to, AI bias and co, but who should we hold responsible? At this point, we can leave it to the algorithm. But we have a role. We have a role as as Africans and people around the world, to participate and help, ensure that what is being developed, we are not left behind. We have a seat at the table.
Okay, great. A seat at the table is the reason why we're having this conversation. So so I'm going to between my next question to Joshua. AI is still a buzzword, at least to a lot of people out there. And I believe it is a buzzword because they are yet to experience it. They are yet to see it in action. Some people even experience it, but they do not recognize that this is artificial intelligence. What are the structural challenges that needs to be put in place to achieve rapid adoption and implementation of AI on the continent? So we're talking about Africa. So what are those things that you believe needs to be in place so that a lot of people will embrace it, they will be able to experience it, recognize it, and say that this is AI and it has, it is here to stay?
Right. Okay. Thank you. So some of these structural challenges that I believe need to be addressed in order to, facilitate that rapid adoption of AI in the continent. I strongly believe in two. One is the lack, one of the major challenges is the lack of the technical skills, and so addressing that skills gap would really bring in, would really help in facilitating a rapid adoption of AI. Because think of it like this: we have a large number of individuals, especially the young developers, and the developers who are not exposed to this, or every young person, every uh, individual across the continent um, who is in the bracket of learning, who is a learner, and they are not exposed to this, that leaves out the potential for us, being able to harness the full power of artificial intelligence, because just a few group or a small number of the individuals are actually exposed to this. So reducing the skills gap across in terms of the individuals who are aware of these technologies would really help in terms of the adoption of AI. And as well, that includes things like quality STEM education across all levels. Quality STEM instructions across all levels of education. So like focusing on skilling up individuals, not just for students who are in campus, but STEM generally. As kids are growing up, they are exposed to these technologies. They actually understand what is happening. That would really help. And another thing that I strongly believe, with AI being an emerging technology, there is a lot of research that still goes into it. So we have a lot of these institutions of higher learning that are really investing time and resources in research in AI. And so we are also able to bridge the gap between the academic research and what is happening in the industry. That as well, it reduces it reduces it facilitates the adoption of what is happening in the lab to what happens in the market. You can have this transition of AI technologies, that is coming from research in the lab and it being utilized in the market. So as well, bridging the gap between the industry, the academic research, and actually what is happening in the market. And this can be facilitated with things like even innovation hubs. They can just like sit somewhere in between, the market and the research. They can be able to consume from both ends and build technologies around AI.
Okay, so one key thing that I got from your response is bridging the gap, right? This is also something that we're going to be discussing much later in this session. I hope to get your input when we talk about it, when we begin to talk about the different skill sets that a lot of people need to acquire, so that we get to be on the table making these decisions regarding artificial intelligence within the continent. Okay, so how can the continent now, Moses, how can Africa entrepreneurs take advantage of artificial intelligence? How can they take advantage of this growth that we are experiencing that is fueling a lot of innovation? And how can collaboration with the government help? Simply put together, how can they take, or how can entrepreneurs take advantage of artificial intelligence? What kind of support is required from the government to make things really happen, to get things started?
Right. So from our perspective and what I've seen so far, I would say that entrepreneurs need to get like very proactive uh, and very creative as well, especially in using artificial intelligence and assisted digital technology to solve Bob Africa's problem. I'll probably cite like two examples. One is transportation, and the other is about governance, right? For example, I lived a lot of years in Lagos, and one of the major challenges in Lagos, Nigeria, is about transportation. It's very easy. It's very hard to get around. For example, early in the morning when you come back from work, or maybe on a busy weekend, and despite the fact that government is making a lot of effort to build roads, better roads, expand roads, still this is a challenge that's been going on for long, right? But some of this, construction projects, road networks, they are not being built, using data-driven methods, right? For example, like if entrepreneurs can't take the effort, try to understand, like what does the traffic look like, right? In be able to determine ahead or be able to predict on it, or know what are the ways to structure the road network within the city to ensure that there is like there is a better experience for those who are commuting, whether they're going to work or coming back from work or going for their businesses or during the weekends. How do you construct roads, right? What drives, traffic from different areas of a state or a city to another, All right, what are the events? Like, you'd be very surprised when you take the data. You realize that something like a musical event or a church event or something, or maybe a business that exists or an industry that exists part of the city, highly influences the movement of people, right? And when you have that, then you can say, okay, there used to be road traffic here. Out when there is so much vehicles moving around, how do you ensure that the neighboring roads, alternate channels that vehicles can take, how do you ensure they are properly maintained to be able to handle the kind of vehicles and the kind of traffic going in there as well? So a lot of data, a lot of insight can be obtained from that kind of data, and even to determine the kind of vehicles that even pass the area. For example, they will construct some roads, and you see that before like a year or two, the roads gets bad, they start having potholes. Do they have the data to say, oh, this is the number of trucks that actually pass through this area every year? This is the type of cars, this is the type of vehicles. So there are a lot of problems like kind of like cities experience in transportation, which can be solved if entrepreneurs take the effort to try to get this information, try to analyze it, over many years, and that can really help to solve a lot of transportation problems or even accident problems. Now, looking at the aspect of governance, right? For example, as interesting as it may sound, there was a research that was done at the time in the US. They were trying to understand, what informs the decision that people make in that particular state that make them vote for Democrats or Republicans. And interestingly, it turns out that using artificial intelligence and sufficient data, you could tell that these people are Democrats and Republicans from the level of education, the average job income from, to the type of vehicles they have in the area. Like all of this, as interesting as it may sound, a lot of the answers to the questions we have on why we have bad governance or why we have bad roads is informed by the information that we can obtain, right? So it's very important that entrepreneurs take the effort to, a lot of the challenges that we are having across so many domains and so many aspects of, the city or the country or where we reside, to try to get sufficient data, diverse, inclusive data, right, that are related to all of these challenges, and then try to figure out what are exactly where the problems lies, what are the things that, what are the events that cause other things to happen, and then they'll be able to figure out very, very intuitive solution to actually address this problem. So it's very important that entrepreneurs take very proactive effort, in data gathering and using artificial intelligence on this data to provide solutions to a lot of the problems experienced in above areas of Africa.
All right, so thank you so much, Moses. But before you go, right, I would also need Ajiri to weigh in. But before you go, do you think we collect the right data, or even we are on the right track the way we go about collecting this data? Do you think the data we collect is right to put us in that space? And do you think we're actually on the right track?
Yeah, so talking about data collection, I think it's not something that entrepreneurs can do alone, interestingly, because every country or state have its government, and you can't just go ahead and be operating like the government will do. Even the government also has to inform the citizens about the policies that they are making. So that is where the government comes in, right? That is where the government is expected to come in, right? So there are a number of, if you're trying to address healthcare, or you're trying to address transportation or governance or whatever, or whether it's even the electoral authority, for example, right? You need access to data, right? And also, even collecting the data, you need infrastructure in place to connect the data. Data collection is not just a process of we say, oh, we want to collect data. Sometimes data is being collected as activities has been done, and people are going to the hospitals, and people are voting. I get it. The data collection process is embedded in every single activity or process that people do, whether it's in the marketplace, whether it's in government houses. So, and are we doing it as much as we should do now? I would say no, because it's very hard for the government to pinpoint a particular citizen and say, what does the government know about this person? When was the person born? What school did the person go through? How did the person perform? Is the person up to 18, and should the government deliver a voter's card to the person without the person having to go and get it by themselves? So these are systems that are put up, in developed countries. The government can say, I know the citizen exists, and this is information I have about the citizen. I can tell you a lot of that. But a lot of African countries are not actually collecting that data, right? The entrepreneurs need to work with the government, and the government also should be willing to help to ensure that you have this data, not just about the citizens, but the country, the cities and the towns at large, so that we can take insight from that, connect it with the problems that we have, and then figure out, solutions to these problems.
All right, great. So one key way the government can basically help entrepreneurs is to make sure they get the right data to even put things in the right perspective. So that when we're actually even working on models, we're sure we're working with the right set of data to actually get things done. Thank you so much, Moses. So like I mentioned earlier, I'll need Ajiri to weigh in on this. So Moses talked about, some of the challenges, right? Another thing he also mentioned, he talked around are the different areas that we can apply artificial intelligence. All right, so there are a lot of challenges. I mean, there are a ton of them out there that we're dealing with as a people. How can we leverage artificial intelligence to boost, say, our healthcare systems, or to boost agriculture, or even our educational system? How do we go about this? Hi, Ajay.
Hi, please forgive me. My internet is posing a challenge. Could you come again with the question, please?
Yes. So, Moses just spoke, and he, in addition to what he said, he talked about the different challenges we face as a people. He talked about our transportation system, right? So I just need you to weigh in a bit on that. So what are the different challenges we're dealing with as a people, and how can we leverage artificial intelligence to make sure that we boost our different the different solutions that we already have, either existing solutions or even new solutions that we want to push out there, either to tackle the challenges with our healthcare system, our educational system, or even our agricultural system. So what are different things that we can do, different solutions that we can optimize? Are you there? Okay, so I think Ajay is having issues with his internet. But another person I would need to also weigh in on something we discussed earlier is Joshua, right? When the other spoke, he spoke about the knowledge gap that we need to bridge, right? So what are these specific skill sets? So I want to jump on artificial intelligence. What are these different skill sets that I need to get as an individual to make sure I contribute my own quota, to make sure I am actually contributing or bringing something to the table? What do I need to learn? Where do I start from?
All right. Okay. So some of the areas, thinking of artificial intelligence, it sits somewhere on the intersection of computer science and mathematics, statistics. So a good understanding in mathematics, especially around statistics, because you'll be dealing with a lot of data, is helpful. And then you definitely have the different languages that you can be able to learn, different programming languages you can be able to learn for this. And I believe there are a ton of online resources and very many companies that are actually putting out content each day about revolving around how to get started with artificial intelligence. And on top of that, you might end up being just an enthusiast. Like, I just want to consume, I just want to build AI solutions without caring what is going beneath the hood, without caring about all the math that is underlying. And I just want, like, I need my app to consume, like maybe I just need an image recognition system, or a speech recognition system, but I don't want to do the hard work. I want to go into the deep details of building neural networks and understanding deep learning. There are also tools like that, and I believe tools like especially for Microsoft, we have tools like the cognitive services, where as a developer you just come and plug in into the services that you have, and these range from services like speech, vision, natural language processing, language understanding. There are a ton of AI services that you can just like plug in and consume into your application. So it really depends from where you're coming in, whether you just are you looking to build just applications that build on top of already built AI models that you just want to consume, maybe for your application based on your application needs, or are you the kind of a person that is looking at, building your AI models ground up? If depending on which path you're taking, definitely the experience will be completely different, because one has like a very steep learning curve, and the other one is relatively easy, because like as long as you know how to code and you can be able to make a REST call to an endpoint, then you can be able to consume some of these AI services. So I guess it boils down to what are you looking at to achieve at the end of the day.
Okay, what do you want to achieve at the end of the day? So Ajay, are you back? Are you here with us?
Hopefully I am.
All right, great. So you just talked about finished working with Joshua. He talked about the different skill set that you need to get to at least contribute or build a solution with an artificial intelligence solution. So a lot of people out there believe that AI is here to take away their jobs. AI is here and we're scared and we want, how do we make money? How do we make ends meet? How do we feed our families? Is AI really here to take away our jobs? And what are the jobs available out there? Because I know at least when they say analytics is here to take our jobs, you just tell people, why don't you go and learn how to use an analytics tool so that it enables you to do something else, right? So the different jobs that AI is coming to, replace people, what can they do? Joshua has talked about the different skill sets. So what other jobs are available for them? That is one. But first, as short as this question is, as little as it looks like, it's a great concern to a lot of people out there. So is AI here to take away our jobs, and what can we do about it?
Okay, do I take that?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I think the thing about technology in general is that let's go, right? The whole point of technology and evolution of technology is to eliminate work. They need to do work, right? The car was invented, automobiles were invented, so we don't have to walk everywhere. And then problems came about, right? Global warming, and then people started looking into electric cars. So the whole point of technology is to take away jobs. So yes, jobs will go, but I heard somewhere that a consequence of Newton's third law of motion is that humans can only get it somewhere if they leave something behind, right? For every action, the equal opposite reaction. So by the time we say that jobs are leaving, or we are evolving technology to take away jobs, naturally, it's just human nature. We will have to create new jobs. We are bound to create new jobs. So yes, AI is going to eliminate the need to do certain work, but then it's also definitely it's bound to create opportunities, right? So what we as engineers have to do is just understand or look out for the opportunities that AI is bringing in, right? So and there are a lot of opportunities right now. AI engineers are there. As AI keeps evolving and AI keeps becoming necessary, or we keep putting AI into cutting edge technologies like self-driving cars. We want AI to become responsible for people's lives. Then there's need to get a lot of people involved, right? A lot of people train data and validate jobs. And I've actually come across platforms where they employ people to do that. Like they don't even need to know who I am. It's that open. There's a system where you get trained on how to train and validate models, or provide data to train models and then validate that data, and you get paid for that. So as AI keeps evolving, yes, jobs will leave, the jobs will come. So we just need to watch out for what opportunities are coming in. So it's just the whole point of technology. Jobs will always leave, but of course there will be opportunities. So the thing we just need to worry about is making sure that we're up to date with the evolution of artificial intelligence, right? What is it? It have to be gurus. That at the very least we need to understand where it's at right now, right? What can it do right now, and then what opportunities are out there for me, because there will definitely be opportunities. As humans solve problems, we create problems. It's just our nature. But those problems are opportunities, right? We won't want to call them problems because we're evolving. So we just need to pay attention to those opportunities and take advantage of them. And there are a lot out there. As engineers, even as teachers. Just understanding it alone is an opportunity. You get to teach people and get paid to do that. right? So just understand what's out there and watch out for the opportunities, and don't be so afraid about jobs going. What is on ground now, and then look into the possibilities of how it could evolve, and then look into how the evolution of this technology can actually affect as many people as possible, because that's the ultimate opportunity. If you get it to solve problems that affect the most people, then you get to be able to monetize what you build or what you come up with. So that's my take on the issue. Anyway.
Okay, so I think if I'm out there and I'm scared of losing my job to I think I'll be a bit relieved at this point, because there are two things that you've said that interest me, and I know interest a lot of attendees out there. For every action, there is a reaction. And it's also left for me to stop seeing this as a problem, but seeing it as an opportunity. It takes away a lot of redundant activities, and all I have to do is more or less like upskill, learn a new skill, all of the skill set that Joshua has mentioned earlier. Pick up something and you would remain definitely relevant. Thank you so much. So I think my last question will go to Alda. As a people, as a continent, how fast will AI move? Like I said earlier, it's AI is still a buzzword to a lot of people out there. Some soon, some people are gonna catch up with the rest of the world. As a people, how soon do you think would? I think my question is, how soon do you think would catch up with the rest of the world, or are we just going to be left behind? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes following the best practice can actually get into trouble. I went on mute and I knew I could have spoken without you guys hearing me, but this is actually a very good question. And I think my colleagues have already dealt so much about, we looking into the future and seeing how we are, lacking behind in terms of the data we take, we've made mention of some of the awareness that we need to actually create in order to get more people trained in AI, right? And my colleagues have dealt mostly about in terms of answering this question on how fast Africa would be able to catch up on and get a seat on the table. But the whole point is that if you actually take a critical look at Africa, we are labeled like, sort of like a black planet or something. I don't know, like you get the idea. It makes it seem like we don't have internet services. It makes it seem like we don't use or consume, online, services. But I think the most important thing that came and changed the way things, look like is COVID. It actually showed, how we can leverage even from our institutions, how we all leverage on, online services, and then how most of these online services have, AI integrated with them. The common among them was actually for us to look forward to has to do with this Teams, Microsoft Teams, and a couple of apps that actually integrates AI to make it even fun in terms of how you look. Today they say that I can actually come up on this call and then choose a particular character that would replace me and talk, right, whilst I stay at the background, and then whilst I'm talking, the lips of the character keeps moving, and it makes it more interesting. So the point is that looking at everything that is said by our panel, my co-panelists here, it has to do with our commitment in terms of getting our seats on the table. And I think we cannot even do away with this without government. So the policies that are put in place, we need to get more commitment from countries to countries, and politics knowing that this is a thing that is here to stay already. Like as my colleagues mentioned, there are self-driving cars. The world is far ahead of what we are supposed to be able to do to be on the seat. But the last thing that I would actually like to mention is that we aren't actually really lagging at all. Like we actually we are in the game. We are coming up. And I think with time we would be catching up very, very fast. Because we've seen even farmers who are mostly considered to be illiterate, leveraging on AI in terms of the apps that they use, I think some companies build apps that, are able to, apart from diagnosing what is wrong with their, their plant, it also speaks in their native language that they are able to understand. Look at how easy, people are leveraging on this in Africa right now. And there are many, companies in here to train, all of us to make sure that Africa is placed on the continent. So yeah, there's a great concern about it, but I think we are actually catching up very fast.
All right, thank you so much. I think at this point I would just need to um, leave it to David to close up for us because we're out of time. But I would say that this has been an amazing discussion, having this conversation with all of us. Thanks so much for taking out the time to be on here. So David, over to you.
Yeah, that's this. Yeah, it's been a very, very interesting question. I have tons of questions as the panelists were answering the questions. In my own mind, I was thinking tons of things, like what Ajiri was talking about. Like, as we solve problems, we create problems. As we're answering questions, we're creating more questions for me. Like when Moses was talking about data collection process embedded into every activity, that was like, are we sure we want to trust our African government with that type of power? What role does policy making, play into this, where we can separate the power of, I'm a very radical person. I'm going to use this to track everybody down. And, but
Yeah.
we can still go for like other panel discussions. So, but it's been very informative. Thanks very much. I've actually gone online, and some of you probably have already seen. I've started following you online. So I'll probably start, looking to just learn as much as possible. So for the attendees, I've also added in the chat window the social media information for our panelists. So please do ensure that you follow them, follow what they're doing. These are people that are doing amazing, interesting things in the AI space on the continent of Africa. You do not want to miss that. Thanks very much, Dawood, for sending me your details. So I'll add Dawood's detail. I can't find Ajiri on Twitter, but I can find you on LinkedIn. So we'll go ahead and send those out. So thanks very much for that. So just before we round up, just to quickly mention, thanks very much to the people that sponsored our event for today. So thanks very much to Track IT. Thanks very, very much for providing your space to us to use for today. So thanks very much for providing, and I believe that I was told that you provided the space for free. So if anyone based in Lagos in Nigeria, you're interested in doing technical training relating to robotics and AI that we've been talking about, AWS programming with Java or C# or JavaScript, cloud services like Azure, AWS, and just lots more technical services, please do reach out to them. So if I scroll down here, you can see that they also deal in devices. So if you're interested in purchasing devices, you can also reach out to them. And their contact information you can find on the screen. So that is trackit.com.ng. Again, that is https trackit.com.ng, and you have their phone number on the screen also. So please do contact them and also show appreciation to them for supporting events like this. Wow, it's been an amazing time. We've like done a lot. We've learned a lot today. Thanks very much to all the speakers. Thanks very much to all the panelists. Thanks very much to everyone that has participated in this event in one way or another. Thanks very much to amazing moderators. Thanks very much to Olana for the moderation of the final session right there. So we appreciate everyone for joining. But for now, we'll have to hang things up and we'll pick it up from there at the next event. Thanks very much for joining us, and see you all next time. Bye for now.